there's something called the Corn Ferry Tour,
Mm.
where if you get into the Corn Ferry Tour and you're the top 30, you now have a ticket to the PGA Tour,
Oh,
which would
damn.
be, I mean, lifelong goal for sure.
You could have a
I can't
movie made
like if
about
I
you.
make it to the PGA Tour, oh my God, it would just be. And like I know I'm 37, but in golf, 37's young still.
I
You know,
Yeah.
if it was 37 as a professional basketball player, baseball player, that's you're kind of out of your prime.
Yeah.
37 in golf, it's like if I really try, like I there might it's a slim chance. I'm very realistic.
Eh.
But you take things one step at a time and maybe I find myself on tour, which would just be life complete. Life fucking complete on that.
Yeah. No, it's like you said, you never know where life will take you, but putting yourself into those positions to give
No, you
yourself an
don't.
opportunity. And like, I mean, 37
Yeah,
for a golfer, hell, I feel like you could be in your 70s and still golfing, you know? Like
exactly.
if you know how to play and because I mean, I assume as you age, like, yeah, you're going to have to adapt to what you're like physically able to do, but it doesn't mean you can't be
Yep.
competitive. So,
Yep.
no, I'm all for it,
100%.
man. But I'm pushing for you. I'm hoping that like it really goes well for you. And if nothing else, I just hope you're having fun getting back out there and playing some golf. Got your
Oh,
new club.
yeah. Yeah, you got the new clubs. I'm hoping to do a round tomorrow. Um,
Nice.
it won't be with the new clubs. It's still just one. Just one. He's my little side buddy. But
It's all you
yeah,
need.
seeing if I can squeeze in around tomorrow. And that's the other thing. It's like right now I can only practice as much as the schedule permits, you know. It's like I can't I don't have the ability to give the time and dedication that I did when I was in high school.
Yeah.
And and I accept that. I have a life. I have an adult life to live, but
Mm.
there are times where I'm squeezing in ways where I'm like, you know what? I can I can afford to practice now. Like one thing that I found is on Saturdays, if I can just go out and get on a putting green
Hmm.
about an hour and a half or 90 minutes to yeah, roughly about 90 minutes before shift, that's better than nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm still working on something putting is crucial. Like
Yeah.
if you become a better putter, you will shave easily a couple of strokes off of your total score.
Yeah. I mean, that's
So
what it really comes down to. Being able to beat the shit out of the ball and send it down the course is one thing, but you can't get it
yeah,
into the hole. You're not saving yourself any strokes.
exactly. So I did a little experiment. I'm like, all right, cool. Like Saturdays, I can easily get out 90 minutes before my shift. There's plenty of areas that I can work on different greens,
Nice.
in between San Ramon and Napa.
Yeah.
And then I can just work on putting. And that's one extra practice day that I have now squeezed into my schedule that I didn't have before. So it's working with you with what you have, you know?
Yeah, that's all. And I mean, like to use the putting greens on golf courses is nothing. You bring a few of your own balls. You have to pay for it. So like,
Yeah.
that's awesome. That's awesome, man. Like I'm
Hmm.
real happy for you. Get those golf days in.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to hearing you've got the little chipping net or whatever, and you're just like in downstairs or in your whatever yard or little field that you can get, and you're just seeing you chipping
Yeah.
away.
That would be nice. The townhouse that I'm in right now doesn't really have the real estate for that, but
Just get some of those little
yeah.
wiffle ball practice balls and move the couch out of the way. You'll be okay.
Yeah.
Just make sure you push it back before
Yeah.
Casey gets
I
home.
won't have cats chasing I won't have cats chasing them at all.
That's
That won't
that's
be a
that's
thing.
your hazards. You gotta you gotta learn to work
Yeah.
around the animals. Teaches you to
Yeah.
be creative.
But yeah, if I end up doing a sack tournament, I'll let you and Jam know because maybe you guys want to go out and watch or whatever. But
Yeah, love to see you crushing it out on the golf course. The
yeah,
links, as they say.
yeah. The goal right now is enter tournaments that I can enter. and try to get my handicap back to what it used to be. So basically, just working on the game and just trying to improve.
Yeah. What would you say your handicap's at now? Like, it just if you had to guess, like you said you were
If
at
I
like
had
a
to
five.
guess, because like it hasn't adjusted yet with all the scores that I just input it in, I
Yeah.
would say a fair handicap for me is probably an 8 or 9.
That's really not so bad considering you were at a five.
I
Like
know.
that sounds like you're in pretty good shape. So that's awesome.
Yeah, a lot of things have stuck, which is great, but yeah. Yeah, if I were to go on a course, I would say if you give me 8 or 9 strokes,
Say like I know the Lake Chabot.
yeah, it's got a par six. That's what it's really known for. It's the AT. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna enter that once I get my because I'm waiting for the handicap to adjust so I
Yeah.
can actually say what my professional handicap is. And the reason I'm doing that is there's different flights that you can enter into. Um, the championship flight, you have to have a 7 or lower handicap, which I don't think I'm there yet.
Okay.
After adjustments, so I'm pretty sure I'll probably just go for the net flight. And what that is you're basically going against the field, and you whatever your score is, they take a percentage of your handicap, and then they're going to deduct your score, and that's going to be your tournament score,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So if I go out and I shoot whatever 6 over par, and they're like, okay, Brian, we're going to give you 7 strokes, my tournament score that I get to post for that round is 1 under par.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Because yeah, because it's 6 minus 7 -1, so that's 1 under.
Okay.
Yeah, and
See,
it's
I've never
it
really
looks like
understood
it's
how
two
the
rounds.
okay. I've never understood how like the
Yeah.
handicap plays into things, so that's interesting.
It's a way to basically even the playing field for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
If if I go out there and I shoot and I have like a an 8 handicap, right? And someone out there goes and has a 20 handicap. With the handicaps, we should be even playing field if you haven't sandbagged or falsified information.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I see a 20 handicap and then they go out and shoot a 75, I'm gonna raise a big eyebrow
Yeah.
because what 20 plus handicap can go out and shoot 3 over par?
Yeah.
That's like bullshit. A 20 handicap means you bogey every hole basically, plus and then some, right?
Yeah.
So if you go and shoot 3 over par, I'm gonna like you sandbag this competition, and this is golf is a sport. It's like the greatest sport of honor.
You
It
guys
is
have
designed.
serious rules, yeah.
It is built on the foundation of honor,
Yeah.
and you have absolutely uh just disgraced the game of golf. So
Yeah.
enjoy it, and I hope you rot in hell. You should never be able to pick up a golf club. You
Yeah.
know. But and that's the thing about the handicap is a 20 plus handicap. If they go out and shoot, so you would think 20, actually, I'll even make it simple, 18 handicap, right? I bogey every hole.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe lucky and I birdied a hole and I parred a couple and I had like a really good round, but it's believable.
Mm-hmm.
I better shoot really well too. Otherwise, that person has a chance of beating me net after the handicaps are established.
Yeah.
You
Man.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's gotta be kind of stressful thinking about like because you're seeing how somebody is playing during the day. Like you're seeing scores and stuff. You're able to kind of keep up with that. But if you don't know
Yeah.
what their handicap is kind of off the top of your head, you're like, oh shit. Like that can really just drop your ranking based off of how much somebody has and like, oh shit, they had a really good round.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
But again, you can always sniff out a sandbagger. At least I can. I've
Mm,
been doing it long enough to where I'm like, get out of here, man.
yeah.
You spent the last 2 months just adding and fluffing your handicap to where you could have a better chance at it. And I've seen it done too many times. You know me for years. I am a man of integrity and honesty, and I'm not a bullshitter, so I don't bullshit my scores. I don't do anything that happens on the course is gonna
Mm,
cheat at anything.
yeah. Well, to me, it's kind of the same thing. Like if I'm not good at golf, but whenever I play, it's like my score is going to be what it is. Like I'm not here
Hmm.
to gain inches or fake strokes.
Yeah.
Like there's no point in that to me, just because it's while I know my skill level, I'm not like, yeah, it'd be great if I had a really good round and I actually played really well and I competed with people like you who are truly skilled, but I'm not. And I know that. Like my goal is just to do as well as possible. So why cheapen it by cheating or lying in any way?
Yeah.
Like what's the point? It doesn't do me any good. And like I'm not the type of person who's going to walk away from that situation and be like, yeah, I cheated and totally got away with it. Like that's not fun to me.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I don't get those guys. I don't get that type of person. You know, it's like
I
why
don't either,
why
man.
cheat in any game in any sport? Like why cheat?
Yep.
All right, I think we should have Nick signing on soon, but I'm gonna run real fast just to grab. So
Sure.
I'll be right back. And I'm back. Oh. So it's funny you talk about like the tournament play and all that stuff. Um, Over the weekend, my last game with my hockey team, the couple
Hmm.
of the guys on the team were talking about some tournaments and stuff that they were doing. And like, oh man, we got to get you involved. We could get all of that. Like once the game has begun, I'm fine. but it's like so much anxiety and nerves, right? Like leading up to it, getting to the game and everything. And then, ugh. So it's always stressful for me to think about that stuff. Um, but I know it would be a good time. They were talking about one that's in Denver that they've gone to a couple of times, and it sounds like fun. Apparently, they do like a drafting party the first night, so just I don't know if it's based off of you play or you just kind of drop down your skill and they're like, "Oh, I'll take you, I'll take you." But it sounds like it's just a big fun time of everybody's drinking, making teams and stuff, and then show up the
Mm.
next day and play. But apparently, the last time they went, one of the guys that got drafted for their team was just wasted, like drunk the
Oh.
whole time, like completely useless on the ice, stumbling around. It's like, you know, as long as everybody's having a good time, whatever. But and like that's the thing is like sometimes these tournaments are
He
just
was
for
working on
fun.
his own slap shots.
Oh, exactly. But that's the thing. Like sometimes these tournaments are just for the fun of it, and it's like here and it really an excuse for people to drink, get away from
Yeah.
the family and drink. But
Yeah, exactly.
whatever, as long as everybody's having fun, who cares?
Break out the hall pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the outdoor tournament was fun though. Like I actually I saw that because you have to sign up for USA Hockey as like an added insurance whenever you're
Hmm.
playing on these things, and within that they give you like a magazine subscription. It's mostly geared towards kids, but around the time they kind of this time of year it's all about the camps and stuff. So it's also like parents, hey, kids are looking at these camps. These are the best ones that we rank, and
Hmm.
take them to this one. Which is funny because I still see there's like 3 or 4 camps that have been in existence since I was a kid, and I'm like, Jesus, these people are thriving. um,
Like, dang, how do you
yeah,
guys do it?
freaking nuts. Like I'm like, good for them for sticking it out and like still doing it. But they had an article on the tournament that I've gone to, and it was kind of cool to read about it and all of that stuff and be like, hey, I've been a part of that one. But it's what's fun about that is it's I think it's sponsored by Labatt's, so you get like a free case on sign up day, like when you go in and you sign in and everything. Like, all right, here's your case, here's your hats, blah blah blah. Go have a good time, and it's like it feels kind of beer leaguey because you're out on the pond, you're drinking beer, having a good time. People are blasting music and cheering and screaming, but it's competitive, which is what I really liked about it. Is like every year we've put up a good fight, but haven't quite come away with the gold. So fun
Okay.
tournaments, but gives me anxiety. Even that one is me. Like I've gone 3 times now. It still gives me nerves.
Yeah.
Part of it's just getting older too. The first
Yeah.
year I dislocated my knee. It's like son of a bitch. Like we were I think we were in the semifinals or something. Like we were pushing and I dislocated my knee and like I caught a big chunk of like a big crack in the ice. Just a huge divot that got carved out. Foot stopped, knee kept going, dislocated my knee and like I couldn't play.
Mm.
Which is always really disappointing when it's like the last game too. Like son of a bitch.
Yeah.
But like it's like I could do it, I could do it. And normally like I would try and push through it and stuff, but like it's just this was not a fun one.
No,
Um,
man. That's gonna hurt.
I've dislocated my knee. I think it's a total of maybe 5 times now playing. It sucks. Um,
Yeah.
but most of the time it's just like it's a quick pop. I drop
Yeah.
and I straighten out the leg, pop
I was
it
gonna
back
say,
in.
yeah,
I'm
just
like, okay,
pop back in.
I'm gonna just sit for a couple of minutes and then I'll get back out there.
Yeah.
And then of course, like it hurts for a few minutes and then the
Anyone got a heat
adrenaline.
pack?
Oh my god, just the adrenaline kicks in. You stop feeling it. And you go out there, play the rest of the game, and then
Yeah.
oh my god, then I get home and I'm just like I can't walk.
Yeah.
So good times, but like I said, I just get those nerves.
Yeah.
So seriously, good on you for getting back into the golf, man. Like that would stress me out because it's just you out there.
Yeah, man. It's you and 18 holes.
I feel like you thrive in that sort of situation, though. It's like there's no such thing as pressure for you. You like, I got this. Bring it on.
Mm, we're working on it. It's gotten a lot better. Yeah.
I mean, your job is intense enough. Like,
When I was younger, I did not have the mentality that I have now, so I feel like that might actually be an advantage for me.
mm, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm really curious to see what happens. I really, really am curious.
Like I said, as long as you go out there, whatever tournament, whatever it is, you're having fun. You can walk away from it each day saying that was a good time.
Yeah,
That's really what it should.
exactly.
That should be all that matters.
I mean, and then that really is like I said, there is a very, very, very slim chance that I can, turn this into a career and be a professional golfer and all that stuff. The chance is there,
Yeah.
and I'm going to keep fighting for it as long as I can. But I know golf will be in my life for a very, very long, like for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And I have fun anytime I'm out doing it. So to me, that's really all that matters.
Good. Because like I said,
Because I've even found tournaments that James and I can team up on,
oh,
which
that
would
would be
be really,
fun.
really cool. So just doing things like that.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm being a little passive aggressive to Nick right now. You'll see.
Oh yeah.
And because we're talking about golf, of course I had to go with the Caddyshack gif.
Oh, oh my God, that's one of my go-tos.
It's the best. I have you seen
Well,
Caddyshack 2?
we're waiting. What?
Have you seen Caddyshack
Uh,
2?
Caddyshack. Yeah, I haven't seen it in a minute. I know I've seen it. It's nothing like Caddyshack. I mean,
No.
nothing.
It
Apples and oranges.
Oh, absolutely. It's the one that I always think is so funny that when because in the first Caddyshack, Rodney Dangerfield talks about the only reason I'm even here at Bushwood is I might buy it, and he's like buy Bushwood, like he gets all freaked out and everything. And then
Right.
in Caddyshack 2, oh God, I'm blanking on the comedian who's like basically the Dangerfield of this movie. Says the same thing, but he doubles down and actually buys Bushwood, and he turns it
Right.
into essentially a giant miniature golf course. And
Yes.
that's hilarious to me. It's like
Yeah.
to take mini golf and make it the size of golf is just hilarious.
Yeah. It's so, oh my God.
And then you've got, is it Randy Quaid? I think is because again, I have to appreciate any references to hockey and anything. You know, he's sitting on the bench. They've got that hole that's like an ice rink or whatever, and he's in the goalie stuff. He's like talking about, wouldn't it be better if like we
Yeah.
just had somebody blocking the hole? Just a good time. But yeah, Caddyshack 2, not a
That's
great
right.
movie. Oh God, the other thing that's always like
I'm trying to
screams.
refresh like who's all in it. I know Chevy Chase makes an appearance, doesn't he?
I believe he comes
Yeah,
back,
he
reprises
makes an
Ty
appearance as
Webb.
Ty Webb. Yep.
But there's they replaced Bill Murray with Dan Aykroyd, and
Yep.
he's got like a weird sandwich struck or whatever, and he talks with that high voice. It's oh God, it's so weird. Who's the guy? It he's a well-known
So your
comedian.
main one is let's see. You have Jackie Mason,
Jackie Mason is the main, yeah. He's
who plays Jack. Robert Stackett's Chandler Young.
which I think is the well, we're waiting replacement guy.
See, I don't remember any of this, man. And then yeah, you've got like the SNL cast: Randy Quaid, Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
But this is obviously
Mm.
past. Wait, is this? No, wait, where's Dan? 88. Actually, no. Dan and I think no. No, Aykroyd's done with SNL by now.
I
Actually,
think so.
they all are.
It's the
Yeah, 88.
80s. It's 88 was when Caddyshack 2 came out.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Quaid might still be in SNL at this time, actually.
Was Randy Quaid in SNL?
Yes, he was.
My God.
Not for long though.
That's so weird. Like I never would have I
It
imagined
was
him on skit comedy would be incredible, but like I
it
just kind
was
of
weird seeing
associated him.
Quaid as in SNL. I'm like, wow, I did not know you did this.
That would be so strange.
Yeah. Did you see my my John Wick comment?
Which one about it? It's showing up in your binder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
I
how I just re dude, have you seen Wick 2?
no, it's I because we watched the first John Wick and I got real motivated to watch those movies. And just I haven't gotten back to them. I think they're still on streaming somewhere. It might be Hulu.
Dude, I don't know
I,
what it is, man, but it's by far one of the best sequels that I've seen. And I think I was trying to like analyze it because it was like, first time watch, everything's just coming in at once. And I'm like, they literally just did a continue, like, they continued the story of John Wick
mm,
and his revenge and his, who he's going out for. And I'm like, and I think that's what made it work so well.
I feel like they
Where,
did that with all of the sequels. Is they just take place immediately after where
yeah,
the last one left
and
off.
it's ironic that we're doing Rush Hour 2, not to get into it because Rush Hour 2 is a continuation.
Yeah,
But going from John Wick 2 to in Rush Hour, I've seen the difference of how things can, slip through the cracks per se.
yeah.
And I was just really impressed with what they did with this one. I'm like, this just works. It works so well.
I I need to see it.
Yeah.
It's so impressive to me that like just the origins of the first John Wick and what it's escalated to. The fact that you've
Right.
got is it 4 or 5
Four.
movies? 4 movies.
Four produced movies. I don't know if five is in the making or not.
Okay. Okay, so 4 complete movies. You've got,
Mm-hmm.
I think, you've at least the spin-off movie, the spin-off TV show that's got at
Mm-hmm.
least a season, I think, at this point, possibly 2. The John Wick universe has just expanded to just an insane level, and it's awesome.
Well, and it's to me, it's like every generation gets gets one of these, right? Like you've got John Wick, Jason Bourne,
Hmm.
who else? There's other
I feel
ones.
like
James
James Bond
Bond.
is
I
kind
mean,
of like your
if you really
classic.
want to go with that, you know,
I
James Bond is more like campy. Haha, you'll never get me, Mr. Bond.
yeah,
But again, if it wasn't for James Bond, is there a John Wick? You
yeah.
can make the argument there.
Well, in it's still though, like I don't know if there's anything that's quite on the level of John Wick. I maybe Jason Bourne because it's got is he the Matt Damon version is at least 3 movies, and then they had the spin-off one with Jeremy
I think
Renner.
he got four too.
Did he get 4? And then
Hmm.
the spin-off with Jeremy Renner.
Yes.
So like that's like to me that would feel like the closest thing to John Wick. The only thing it's
Yes.
missing is a Jason Bourne television show.
Yeah, because the only thing I don't think you can group Ethan Hunt in the mix here.
No.
Mission Impossibles are they don't I don't think they fit the persona
Well,
of a Jason Bourne or a John Wick or anything like that.
but isn't Mission Impossible based off of an old television series?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it could be because the Tom Cruise version of Mission Impossible has expanded to really create its own universe within the cinema,
I mean,
like the
they have
cinematic
for
universe.
sure. It's a
So,
franchise.
God, I mean, what are they up to? Like 5 or
But
6
it's such
movies
a but
too?
they're just different styles.
True. I'm saying like for what they've kind of
Mission Impossible
accomplished.
is like watch the stunt work of Tom Cruise and what he can do.
Yeah.
Where John Wick is like a man to fear. The boogeyman.
Yeah.
You know?
But one,
Jason Bourne was a man to not mess with.
yeah. Still though,
Yeah,
I feel like there's nothing
it's
quite on
different.
the John Wick level, just in the sense of like
No,
from starting with what it was, what it's expanded to. I mean, they've created an entire cinematic universe centered
right.
around the underground like hitman world, that like that
Yes,
that world, and it's got its own currency, it's got its own rules. Like it's insane the amount of stuff that they've
precisely.
come up with and all of that. I don't think anything really compares.
No, I completely agree.
That's it's such a cool idea. I need to watch the rest of these movies.
I cannot wait to get to 3 and 4 after seeing 2. I'm like, oh, what have you guys done?
Yeah, I got to see if they're streaming on. I think it's on Hulu still, but I don't know. Maybe Nick is feeling saucy enough to just pick John Wick's, and we keep going with that series for a little while.
Haven't we
Welcome.
done the first one?
We've done the
Yeah.
first one, yeah.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
checking Hulu for you right now.
Oh, thank you. Well, while you're doing that, because we've been streaming for about 35 minutes and haven't officially started the show, but we've been chatting. So hopefully
Jeez.
anybody who's signed on has at
Alright.
least seen us. But welcome, Nick. We are happy to have you, and glad you got some food and everything. But
I'm glad to be here.
I'm gonna hit that theme song and just kind of get us started. We can keep chatting and doing whatnot because it's just us tonight.
John Wick 3 is on Hulu through live TV, so no,
Okay.
nothing streaming on Hulu.
Maybe Peacock. Nothing on Peacock. I know that
They were on
the
HBO Max a year ago.
I've got to steal somebody's HBO Max account. Like, I don't know. Or I just got to buy. Actually,
I own 3. It's 4 that I'm worried about.
that one just came out not too long ago, though. So I feel like it might be fighting or just bouncing around the streaming sites right now. Likely HBO, though. It seems
Yeah.
like things get there and stay there for a little while. All right. Theme song time.
I don't hear it.
Theme song time just for myself.
It's just that little setting on Zoom. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
I didn't click the one thing on. But welcome to GoodFlickas, home of the GoodFlickas. Can you take our critiques? Let's find out as we dive into tonight's movies, Rush Hour 2. In the meantime, before we really get started, we're going to be kind of just bouncing around a little bit. I am, of course, Matt, joined tonight by the dynamic duo of these two. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit and say that we won't have Jen tonight, whose pick this was. So this is going to be fun, freewheeling conversation, probably a bit chaotic, and it's still going to be a good time. But we won't have our official host here. But like I said, I am Matt, joined tonight by Brian, a.k.a. Red Dragon, who would also be a.k.a.'d as Hannibal Lecter, I guess, but... That's a different movie,
Well
and
played.
we'll talk about later, I think.
Different vibes.
Just a little, just a
Man,
little bit.
I got dice in my right hand. I got gefilte fish in my left hand. Let's do it.
I don't know why the idea of like you shaking dice in one hand and holding a
With
fish in
fish.
the other is just hilarious to me.
But the fish is alive, so it's shaking.
just-
too.
yeah.
Hot shooter, baby. Hot shooter.
Welcome, Brian. We also have Nick joining us. AK, I'm proud of you for writing the whole name down. Pedro Morales, Gonzalez, Marato, Malasso,
Wow.
Yeah, I lost it at the end. Mandustos. Ooh, wow.
Wolf.
I don't know how.
It's a mouthful.
How is it
It's a
Chris
Nick for
Tucker-
short, right?
how is it that Chris Tucker can get that name out but can't say gefilte fish?
Yeah, where are the outtakes of him saying that name?
My God.
Oh,
But welcome, Nick. Yeah, like I said, we were talking about Rush Hour 2 tonight. I think we could say, based off of the reasoning for Jen's pick, was really she started the first Rush Hour, didn't she?
yeah, she did.
Yeah. She wanted to continue the series, and it's about to end its run on Netflix. So I think it's going to close before we can get to Rush Hour 3. But if it shows up somewhere else, she'll probably pick it.
Yep.
It's leaving today, so
Yeah.
I
It's
got
a-
lucky watching it today. Mhm.
Yeah.
See, I wasn't thinking about that. I did watch it today too, but I own it, so like I'm not concerned. um, all right. Did you guys because we were chatting and Nick, you just got in? Do you want to chat about anything before we get into initial thoughts and scores, or we're just kind of ready to go?
I'm sorry for being late.
Were you
Dinner
in a
got a
rush?
little ahead of myself, and then my plate of food, I served it up, and I was doing other stuff, and then my food got cold, so I was like, "Ugh, all that work. I spent an hour and a half cooking a great dinner, and then it just got cold. So
And that is a shame.
yeah,
Cook a great meal and then it gets cold. Hopefully, it wasn't anything you put in the air fryer and got soggy and gross.
no, it wasn't air fryer. I did like a oven sheet of like potatoes, cherry tomatoes, Brussels sprouts with like garlic, lime juice, oil. Smelled the house up really nicely.
Oh yeah,
Then I pan fried some chicken breast, and it's all juicy and buttery.
very
So
nice. That is a good meal.
yeah, yeah. I have some leftovers I'll have for lunch out at work, so that'll
Nice,
taste even better.
nice. Excuse me. Well, I'm glad you got the meal. Sorry it took you so long to get that and get here. Sorry to our audience for his lack of planning or whatever would happen, but we're happy you're here now, and I won't make fun of you anymore. I promise.
And I have today off too, so what's my excuse?
Wow.
Oh, was today like a government holiday or something? It was some kind of holiday today,
Yeah,
but I don't think it was for everybody.
it's Cesar Chavez Day. It's like a
Hmm.
state, city, school holiday,
Okay,
like California holiday. Yeah.
got it. Okay. I knew it was something going on, but I couldn't remember what it was. But Cesar Chavez. Gotcha. But all right. Initial thoughts, scores. Anybody want to go first? I'm happy to go first, but don't want to put that pressure on you guys.
I can go.
Okay.
All right. So Rush Hour 2, certainly a movie that I have seen multiple times. I own it. I'm pretty sure I said this when we did Rush Hour. I own the trilogy. Um, I hadn't seen this one in a while, but doesn't matter. It lives rent free in my head. So, just the minute it started to play, I'm like, okay, yeah, it's this one. It's just that's how many times you've seen it. You just need to see the beginning, and you can pretty much replay the entire script. It's a tight 90 minutes. I do like this about the rush hours. The first one was 90 minutes. The second one is 90 minutes. I want to say the third is too, but I
I'll
can't
look it up real
remember.
fast.
I will say though, this movie just doesn't have the charm in the extra spice that the first Rush Hour does. To me, it seemed like it was on cruise control, just an easy power 90 minutes. The stunts were pretty lackluster to me. I feel that I don't know what it was. Like maybe if it was like just going for the cash grab, we're trying to get us let's just get this movie out so we can get the money and move on. But they had decent stunts, but it's like I don't know. I felt like we saw way better stunts in Rush Hour with Jackie than we did on this one. Things just ironically they seem rushed in terms of in terms of what was going on. It's okay. It's an okay sequel, but it just there are some things that just didn't light up my world like Rush Hour does. With that, I'm giving this one a 3.5, and if you need refresher, I gave Rush Hour a 4.2. So there's definitely some differences, and I'm sure we'll have fun talking about it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll go
Yeah.
next.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. No, by the way, Rush Hour 3 is on IMDb listed as an hour and 31 minutes. So,
All right. I mean, I'm glad they kept it 90.
yeah.
That's good.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Nick.
Yeah, no, Rush Hour 2, this is a first watch for me.
Really?
The only thing I was expecting going into this one was based on the ending of the first one of them going, to Asia. um, but I don't know. I actually really like this one. Like for a sequel, I think it's really well done. Um, and I think the comedy is still on point. I think a lot of the jokes are still there. I think I laughed in this one just as much as the first one. Like lots of good one-liners, lots of good jokes.
Hmm.
So it doesn't fall flat there for me at all. And I would have liked more stunts, but I do think that the stunts that we get are still really good. Um, but I feel like maybe one or two more big scene kind of stunts would have been just the cherry on top. But I still enjoyed all the stunts in this one. I was still very entertained. Some of them were just absolutely crazy, and it didn't fall short to me at all. And I think the story is easy to follow. Some good twists and turns. Some characters really played some roles really well. Um, kind of really toyed with you in knowing who to trust.
Mm.
There were some
Hmm.
good moments of like, oh man, I don't know if I trust this guy, or man, I don't know if I trust this girl. It's a really good job on the writing on that end. But yeah, I laughed a lot. I was entertained a lot. There was never a dull moment. Um, so I this is it's a great movie. I give this one a 4.3 out of 5.
Okay. Brian, do you happen to have our scores from Rush Hour pulled up?
Always.
I'm a little curious just before I get going. I'm gonna say my initial thoughts, but before I give my score, I'd like to know what I gave Rush Hour. Um,
Sure.
so Rush Hour 2, not my first time seeing this movie. I own it like Brian. I've got all three. I've seen them all multiple times, but I've probably seen Rush Hour and Rush Hour 2 the most. Um, and it has been a while since I've seen this movie, but like you said, Brian, it's fresh. Once you start watching, it's like, oh yeah, here we go. But I kind of had like the same vibe where it felt like things just kind of just kind of kept flowing. Like there wasn't much. It didn't feel too energetic for me. There wasn't a lot of like with the first one. It was breaking down of, well, how are they going to do this? What's going to happen with this one? Like, it felt a bit more anxiety ridden where, it felt like they really took advantage of the 90 minutes where this one, I think you said it best, Brian, it just kind of was like on cruise control. It's still a good story. They do a lot of great stuff, but they also make a lot of references to the first one. So like great callbacks, but it felt like just callback after callback after callback. And
Yeah.
it almost got to the point of like, well, now you're just kind of redoing what you've already done.
Right.
But there was still there's still a lot of stuff about this movie that I really like. And of course I always go back to, you got the credits where it's the bloopers. I don't know what it is, but the bloopers for these movies are just absolute gold. If they
They're
didn't
lights out.
if they didn't put these into the movie, like they didn't put these at the end for the credits and stuff, like I don't know if I would really love this movie as much as I do. Like the movie itself is great, but the credits just is that cherry on top that's so good. Um, I felt like the fight scenes were okay. None of them super memorable though. With the exception of maybe the massage parlor, that one's kind of always remained in my head, and that was the
Yeah.
most exciting one. Everything else, it just didn't have that punch. The boat fight, even the final fight scene where they're you've got the women going versus the women and Jackie with the bomb in his mouth and everything. Like there's a lot of intensity that could have happened, but I felt like at a certain point the fight scenes just kind of stopped, and it was just flow. So while it's a good story, while everything is fine, like I don't really have much to complain about in that sense. It just watching it this time, it didn't hit me with that same kind of energy and joy, and the laughs weren't as big as the laughs were when I rewatched Rush Hour. So while I enjoy this movie, I think like if it's a first time watch for somebody, it has that punch. It has that excitement of like, I watched Rush Hour. Now I'm watching Rush Hour 2.
Yeah.
And all of those callbacks are like, yeah. Like it
I'm
hits
with the gang again.
exactly. It hits
Yeah.
differently than when you've seen it 100 times and now you're going back and revisiting. It's like, it's fun. So while I enjoyed it, I did find this viewing to be a little lackluster in some regards, but I don't think that's enough to like really knock it as far as score. So before I give Rush Hour 2, because I'm curious, what did I give Rush Hour?
You gave it 4.45.
Okay, then I feel justified in what I've given this one. Flat 4.
Okay.
I was like, if I went like too close or too low, I'm gonna feel real bad.
Yeah.
But no, to me, like I said, with a flat 4, it's a good movie. I think it's fun. I think it's funny, but it just doesn't have that zing that the first one has.
Yeah.
I guess there really is something to be said about movies that you've seen multiple times versus a first time watch.
It's totally
exciting the first time you watch it, but then when you rewatch it, you may not exactly remember the entire movie and all the stunts and the scenes, but then as soon as your memory kicks in, you're like, oh yeah, there was that one. But then it's not as exciting when you watch it,
Yeah.
Versus this is fresh in my brain, and I'm like, whoa, like that was still cool,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So,
just
I get what you guys
different
were saying.
experience.
Yeah.
No, and I don't want to take away from like your joy of this one. Like I think we all had that experience when we watched Rush Hour 2 the first time. It's like we loved it. There's a reason we're like, yes, give us a third one, bring it back.
Yeah.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Like,
Yeah.
there's a reason we had that kind of like it had that kind of appeal. So it definitely not trying to knock this or say that like that first time experience is just such a special time. So hold on to that feeling and don't let go.
The one other thing that I forgot about after and I was like, oh, okay, totally forgot about this is they dig a little hard on the racism card on this one, like even more than Rush Hour. I was like, whew, I don't know if this is greenlit in 2025. I think people are too sensitive.
I had that thought too.
Yeah. I don't think it ruins the movie at all. I'm
No.
gonna say that right
It
off
makes
the
it
bat.
better.
It makes the jokes land harder for sure. But they really what is it? They planted the flag for sure in this one.
Just out of my curiosity for more like clarification, racism towards who exactly? Because I feel like it could,
everyone.
Okay, I was like,
it
could go either way.
Everyone is the blunt of the joke on this one. Like they yeah, like I said, if they targeted the race and they made a joke about it, pretty much. And
that's fair.
Again, maybe it's not. I don't know if is it racist. I don't know if it's racist. I don't know what the term is. But I do know, listening to the script and the jokes, I don't think it's greenlit in 2025. I really don't. People have become so damn sensitive, and what is it, cancel culture and just everything in the above, to where I'm like, this probably doesn't fly.
Yeah, I'm the couple of things that's like kind of popping off of my head is, and like it, the fact that Tucker makes the joke when it's the this is China, here I am Michael Jackson and you are Toto. You mean Tito? Like,
right.
And like Toto is what we had last night for dinner. Making that joke about like we're in China and they eat dogs, like I believe that's like an actual thing. So it's like can you get away with that joke now? I don't think it would fly. Like, I think you're absolutely right. Like those kind of jokes, while you got Jackie Chan, who is Chinese and is like making these jokes with it. Like, obviously he's not upset by these things, or he's not taking offense to it necessarily. It's like, you're right. I feel like there's certain things that we've grown so sensitive to that they wouldn't allow. But
some of us have.
Yes. But
I tend to stay in the 90s where I'm not sensitive, and I'm okay with it.
I'm fine with things being a little edgy, and it's like, I don't take it so personally.
Exactly.
Which is why I completely agree with Carter and follow the rich white man. All these big problems, follow the rich white man. We got problems with so great stuff. But Nick, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of making a statement of I think I would rather have a movie like this where they're sort of like combining different cultures and race and making light and fun of it, right? Like as with jokes versus the stuff that we get today where people would make a movie with an Asian guy and a black guy just for DEI, right? Like but they wouldn't have any of the jokes, like the funny
Hmm.
jokes that Asian audiences and black audiences would want to hear.
Mm.
And I think that's part of the whole like sensitivity thing is that people have gotten too sensitive, and now that's why stuff that's being made now sucks because it's like
Yeah.
you're not taking advantage of the humor that's there
Yep.
to make sure that you're not offending anyone and playing it safe, right? Like we need to go. People, majority of people want humor. They want jokes. They want realism. They want I don't know about stereotypes, but people want that stuff, and you can't please everybody. And trying to play it safe and to appease, the minority of audience goers, like it's really gonna hurt your production and your business and your art. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I was gonna say, like, I think a great example of people having a desire for this type of comedy still is Deadpool. I mean,
Mm,
his whole thing is that kind of offensive comedy, making fun of everybody. And
right.
while it's geared towards comic books and that kind of thing, he makes fun of the fans. He makes fun of the actor. Like he makes fun of everybody, and
Yeah.
people love it. They want more, and it's profane, but it's in your face. And like you said, like this is what we used to have. This is the kind of jokes that we used to be able to make so comfortably, and now we have. I mean, it's kind of where Ryan Reynolds shines, is this level of comedy, this kind of joke. And Deadpool is probably the most recent example of how we can still maintain this level of comedy and it not be so like taken so much offense to. Granted, there's the controversy off stage right now with everything that's happening in that whole world that we don't need to get into, but for me that's one of the reasons I love Deadpool is like it's that raunchy comedy. I mean, shit. I think they've got American Pie was one of the great series of movies that's just raunchy comedy, and I think they're still
Yeah.
planning, like, there's tons of spinoffs. Not going to go into those, but off of the main cast, I think I just saw a rumor that they've got a fifth movie that's coming out. Fourth one, I can't remember what they're. I think yeah,
Jeez.
fifth one because it was wedding, reunion, and now I think it's like a funeral. So, like based off of what I remember from the reunion one, it's like they tried to bring some of that comedy back, but even then, it's like it's holding back on what it delivers comedically. So it's like,
Yeah.
bring it on. Let's not be so scared. Go ahead, Brian.
What I really like about going back to Rush Hour 2 is nobody's safe. For the blunt of a joke, everything is on the table. And that's what I feel like really works for it, to where it's like white, black, Chinese, doesn't matter. If there's a joke, we're gonna land it. And it works. It really does work.
You talk about being inclusive. That's being inclusive.
Exactly.
Bring everybody in on the joke.
Bring everybody in. Everybody in.
Yeah,
I agree.
And that's
that's
where like
DEI.
when I said race, I'm like, I don't think it's racist. I don't know what it is, like what the word is, but they are definitely more aggressive. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. They're aggressive in terms of jokes and humor than what we're used to in 2025 now. In my opinion, we need to go back. The whole like we had this whole woke stage, but the the pendulum has shifted so far to where it's almost like, I don't know, guys, woke is a joke. Like we need to bring it back. Like you guys are, it's just too much now.
But look at us, three straight white men talking about this, right? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't think there's anything
Uncle
wrong.
James.
I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong
Yeah.
with being woke, but the level that
No,
we've
there's
gotten to, like the level of overcorrection that we've hit,
Yes.
it's just too much. We've gone too far in the other direction, and it's like let's dial it back.
Exactly.
We turned the knob past 11. Let's bring it back.
Yeah.
You ever watch the South Park episode about the Pandaverse?
Or the Panderverse.
The South Park.
I haven't seen
No.
that one. No, I haven't watched
It's
South Park.
so
in
good.
forever.
It's so good, Brian. You would like that episode if you didn't watch South Park. Check that one out. It's like a special, I think. But yeah,
Alright.
they harp on Disney, and yeah, it's a bunch of stuff. Actually, Matt, to your point earlier when you were saying like American Pie
Mhm.
and Deadpool, I think South Park is also one of those productions that is like grandfathered in to where like they can still do what they do now. But
Mhm.
if South Park was to be like a new show in 2025 with season 1, there's no way they could do it.
Yeah, you can make the case for Family Guy as in that.
Well, and think about that
Too.
too. It's like the the workaround for how you can have this level of kind of raunchy comedy is make it animated.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not real people, it doesn't count, right? Like that's the vibe you get. If it's an animated character, you can get away with it, and that's part of the issue. It's right. Like I mean, like I've got no problems with it. Bring it on. Family Guy, Simpsons, fuck all the other.
Oh, yeah, that's
I mean
another
Rick and Morty, right? Like all of these different animated shows where it's raunchy. You can make these jokes. You can be blunt and profane. I'm all for it. I'm not saying get rid of them, but we need that to come back to reality as well. Like we need it to be human beings having a safe space to make those jokes and it be understood that this is a joke. This is meant to laugh at. We're all meant to laugh at ourselves. So, but all right.
Cool.
No, this is
Sorry,
good. This is good. I'm
I'll
excited
maybe-
because we're gonna get into the actual jokes and everything when we start talking about this
Yeah.
movie. So it's gonna be fun. But it's time for a little bit of fun facts, if I'm not mistaken, right?
It is.
Yeah, how's that song go? What is it? It's
Fun facts.
You guys
Fun
froze.
facts. Sit your butt down because Brian's in town. Fun facts. Fun facts. Here we go now, so let's talk about fun facts.
ooh. Look at him like freestyling over there. Like there's a whole other
Fine.
verse he didn't give us.
Yeah. Behind the scene lyrics.
Yeah. We want
Matt,
the
your-
extended
my-
version.
My internet was delayed, so
Oh, okay.
yeah. My internet was delayed, so when the audio caught up, it like played the first half of that at double speed. It was like fun facts. Sit your butt down. I was like, whoa.
That's the new remix version for you. Been working on.
Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
working on that all
It's
week
the-
for you.
It's the drum and bass version.
All right. Well, it is March 31st, 2025. The last day of March, guys. We made it.
We made it.
You can catch this Rush Hour 2 on Netflix
For the next like 4
for-
hours.
4 hours and 59 minutes.
Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah. So if you like what you're hearing, jump on it soon. It came out in 2001. So we're looking at 24 years of Rush Hour 2. Directed by Brett Ratner, which if I believe, yes, he did. Yeah. I remember shouting him out for during Rush Hour. He did the trilogy. So, way to stick to the project. I love that. I think we already gave him his recognition on Rush Hour, so we're not gonna go through that again.
Well, just to highlight
Um,
this real fast because I had mentioned your name. I'm pretty sure
Yes.
that after this he directs Red Dragon.
He did direct Red Dragon, correct? That came out in 2002. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was like his next project that he was working on.
Is that a spin-off?
I think it's technically a
No.
prequel to Silence of the Lambs.
Correct.
Oh.
Hannibal Lecter.
Hmm.
And then Rush Hour 3 comes out in 2007. So couple years afterwards. All right. The cast. Well, needless to say, you've got Jackie Chan who plays Lee. You got Chris Tucker who plays Carter, and then we got some new players in the game. Ricky Tan, played by John Lone. Whew. Zhang Ziyi is played by Hugh Lee, also known as
I
the
think you got
crazy
that
ass bitch.
backwards.
I'm sorry.
So I think you got that backwards. You said her.
You're right. I did. I totally did. Yes, Hugh
Lee.
Lee is played by Zhang Ziyi. And then lastly, the one I'll bring up is Rosaline Sanchez, who plays Isabella, the smoke show of Rush Hour 2.
Who looks like a Hispanic Sandra Bullock?
Little bit.
Yeah, 100% she does.
Am I right or am I right?
You're extra right, like spicy right.
Yeah, not just she looks like Sandra Bullock, but like a Hispanic Sandra Bullock.
Yeah. Does anyone have any shout outs, actor spotlights, anything like that they want to take the stage on?
There were a couple of like little cameo appearances by people that I really enjoyed.
Sure. I
So
know who you're gonna say.
do you want to say them then?
No, go for it.
Okay. So first one shout out is the guy who helps them in Vegas to get their new suits. The gay salesman played by Jeremy Piven.
Yep.
Really, I really like Jeremy Piven. I think he's hilarious, and he's one of those guys that when you kind of allow him to just do his weird little ranty things, some magic happens. Like it's just like that's his golden spot. And I think we get to see a bit of it during the credits where he's just kind of riffing and Tucker can't take it anymore. Just he breaks. I wish that there were more outtakes from him because I guarantee he was just rolling. So yes, shout out to Jeremy Piven. The next one is going to be, of course, Don Cheadle, who plays, is it Kenny? I think it is.
I did recognize him. Yeah. Okay.
With his little rat tail and everything. Loved it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I really like Don Cheadle. It's always fun seeing him. And like, this was one where I really enjoy, like he's in this movie for maybe 5 minutes, but he has a strong impact. I mean,
Yeah.
he has a pretty solid little fight going on with Jackie Chan, which was impressive. And he's also speaking Cantonese, which is really cool. So I think he did a great job. So just big shout out to Don Cheadle, amazing actor. There's two, oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna bring up a shout out. So
Yeah.
continue.
No, go ahead. Cause
Okay.
I've got two more, but if you say anyone, go for it.
Well, we've already brought her up. It's Rosalind Sanchez.
Yeah.
Her role in this movie is incredible. I mean, she is, like I said, she is an absolute smoke show, just such a babe. But the way I think Nick, you kind of talked about it earlier, the way that she twists and turns on you, you don't know if you can trust her or not. And she plays the character so well. Up until the very end, we were like, oh, so you were good. Because I wasn't sure the entire time. I never knew if I could trust you or not. And I mean, yeah, she does a great job. She does a great job with the scenes that she's in. They obviously use her body to in multiple ways in this movie. She does a fantastic job with that, to where it's like not over the top, and she just plays like that hard, sexy line, and keeps it that way. I was really, really impressed with her performance in this one.
Mm. I was really impressed with her fight scene with I'm just gonna say her last name, Zhang, Huli. The amount of kicks that Huli just sends throughout this movie is impressive, and like just so many great kicks. But the two of them fighting, it was really impressive. I thought it was really good choreo. They did a great job. And like the heels hooking up and that was a really cool
Yes.
thing. And then for her to kind of adjust and get another kick in, it's like, geez, this woman has got the most lethal feet I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I think Roslyn did an amazing job with all of that. So, yeah, I agree. And Smoke Show puts it mildly. My God.
Smoking.
I think we all kind of, identified with Jackie and Chris Tucker in the scene where they're being peeping toms. Not appropriate, fellas, but at the same time, I get it.
I'm so bored.
Yeah. Oh, the way he played that was great. Yeah.
Save it for later, boys.
We'll save it. The other two that I have, like I said, these ones are like actual cameos. I think only one of them even had a line. One is mostly a question because I was trying to look for her and I didn't spot her because she doesn't even have a character name. It's just, I think it's like woman in car. Yeah, girl in car. But Maggie Q. Is this a name that's familiar for you guys?
No.
Yes.
I was going to say, like, somebody else has to recognize her name. She's done a ton of different like martial arts stuff. She's been in a lot of movies. It's funny that like one of the like
she was in Live Free or Die Hard.
Yes. Yeah, she shows up in so much that she's in Mission Impossible. Like she's
in Mission Impossible 3. Yeah.
Yeah. She's like I said, I just this has to be pretty early on in her career because like I said, she's just listed as girl in car. But I think she's a hilarious actor. Her fighting is incredible. Like she's a great actress. So the fact that she was in this movie, it was one of those things where I was like trying to spot her. So I wanted to shout her name out and see if any of you guys happen to catch her and notice her. But again,
didn't she do Elementary TV show?
No, that's Lucy Liu.
Lucy Liu.
Yeah.
Yep. Right when you said it. Okay. Just kidding.
Lucy Liu.
Wow, down boy.
Talk about smoke shows.
Down boy.
Oh man, yeah. Sorry, I started going through.
Drop it.
No. Going through Maggie Q's
son,
things.
I have a craving for some chow mein.
I think Nikita might be
chow mein and champagne.
Oh.
Easy, fellas.
Hey, you gotta admit, Maggie Q and Lucy Liu look pretty similar.
Let me.
I have to disagree,
Maggie
but
Q.
to me, it's because Maggie Q. I think she's very tall. She's very slender. So like I see a big difference between the two.
Yeah, you're right. Lucy Liu is kind of she is on the shorter side.
Yeah, slow down, Carter.
Good call.
The last shout out of that I have is for Ernie Reyes Jr., who plays, I think it's Zing, the guy that they chase down at the after seeing Don Cheadle and
oh yeah.
So he's like I said, I don't think he has any lines, but I absolutely love Ernie Reyes Jr. Most people might know him from a certain amount of things. I think a lot of us probably go to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He is, I believe in the first one, he's just like the body double. So he's in the suit fighting, I think, as Michelangelo. But he appears in the second one as the pizza delivery guy, I think Keno. So like he's also like, I think he's also in the suit, but he's also like an actual character in that one. So as a martial artist, he's absolutely incredible. And I think he's really funny. If anybody has seen The Rundown with The Rock and Sean William Scott, he's the guy, the little, I think are they in Panama? No, Brazil. They're in Brazil. He's the little Brazilian dude who's kicking the shit out of The Rock. Okay, Kansas City's that guy. That's Ernie Reyes Jr. Like he's an incredible martial artist. He's absolutely hilarious. And he's been in tons of things. One that Brian, because I made you, I lent this to you. Pool Hall Junkies. He's Tang, I think is his name in that, but he's part of Pool Hall Junkies. He's one of the guys who's hustling pool. The other one that I've got to shout out with Ernie Reyes Jr. is Surf Ninjas. Did anybody else see
No.
this movie? Oh my god, it's absolutely
No.
insane. He's the lead actor. It's fucking hilarious. He's literally a surfer.
Title sounds insane.
Oh, it's nuts. He's literally a surfer who finds out like he's a prince of sorts. And he just all of a sudden has martial arts abilities and stuff. His little brother is like a seer, so he gets like he can see the future, but really it's like he gets visions by playing a video game and sees what's about to happen. Like it's nuts. You've got Rob Schneider, who's like their best friend, and Leslie Nielsen. Well, Leslie Nielsen is the bad guy.
Oh my god!
It is an insane movie. It's absolutely ridiculous.
He's also in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Oh,
I don't know if you knew that?
Was he in that one?
Listed as Cemetery Warrior.
Okay, so yeah, he's one of the guys. I know he's probably done more stunt work than like acting stuff.
Yeah,
he is like a true martial artist. But I love this guy. Every time he pops up in something, I see his name, I get real excited. So when I was going through the cast list and I saw it, I was like, oh, Zing, who's Zing? I gotta see Zing. So. Yeah, I really like this guy. I think he's great. So
you only zing once.
Exactly. That's not true. You can zing more than once. We've learned this, and I think it's Transylvania 3.
There you go. I'm glad you got the reference.
Of course I did.
Good job. All right. The ratings. Are we at the ratings? Yeah, we're at the ratings. Oh, hang on. Being live, so much pressure. So much pressure.
There's no pressure.
There's always pressure.
All
right. Okay, so our ratings. We are giving this one 3.93 out of 5 stars. We don't know what Jen's rating is, but so far 3.93.
It's a 5 out of 10. 10 out of 10, sorry. 10 out of 5.
Yeah, probably. 5 out of 10. Oh, Nick is already on it. Okay. IMDb is 6.7 out of 10. Letterbox is 3.4 out of 5. Roger Ebert, 1.5 out of 4 stars. The grumpy Gus.
That is a bit shocking.
Yeah.
Wow.
I read the review. In summary, he felt very let down from what the first Rush Hour was to the second Rush Hour. Whoa.
Wow. 2 for Rush Hour 2.
That was a shocker.
Jen coming in with a 2 out of 5 stars. That drops us to 3.45.
Damn.
God. I love the moments when she tanks her own movie.
Right on line with Letterboxd and IMDb at this point. What, Matt?
Yeah.
I love when she tanks her own movie.
I know. She just rated Rush Hour 2 the same rating she gave Amber Alert.
Wasn't that also her pick?
What did we all give Rush Hour 1?
What?
So what did we all give the first one?
I am 4.2, Matt 4.45, Jen 5, and Nick 4.4.
From a 5 to a 2?
From a 5 to a 2.
That's wild.
That's harsh.
Tough critic.
Anyway, so yeah, Roger Ebert was not very thrilled with the just the difference of Rush Hour 2 to Rush Hour. He was very thrown off with the amount of racial comments and jokes and everything. Like he really just slandered this movie in his review. So he even called Chris Tucker annoying. Yeah.
Man, I don't think he was bad. I feel
please
like
everybody.
he was more annoying in the first movie.
It was actually like somewhat mellow-ish in this one. Yeah.
The budget was 90 million and worldwide gross is 347.3 million. So
Flop.
I
Total
don't
flop.
think anyone in this cast cares what people are rating this movie. They're just laughing to the bank at that point.
Mhm.
Oscars and Golden Globes, obviously there's going to be none. And I don't remember, I'm looking it up right now, if we had actually any awards to pull up.
I was curious. Like, I kind of want to Google this, but like, when?
Oh, okay. There's a bunch of Kids' Choice Awards and MTV Movie Awards if you guys want to talk about those.
Sure.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 nominees for Kids' Choice Awards. Of those, 3 of them are winners.
Hmm.
Ooh.
You guys want to play Find the Winner?
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. We'll
All
guess
right.
all 6, and then we'll guess which 3 won.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Nominated for favorite male movie star Jackie Chan, favorite female action hero Ziyi Zhang, favorite male action hero Chris Tucker, favorite movie, favorite male movie star Chris Tucker, and favorite male action hero Jackie Chan.
Some of those are the same.
Yeah, you had favorite male action hero and favorite male movie star, both Jackie.
And they're both Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker also movie star and action hero. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So they competed against each other. Was this all for the same
Yeah.
award show?
Also, they can't
Kids' choice.
Jeez.
They can't be
Guys,
two favorites.
It's the kids' choice. It's gonna be dicey. We know this.
What do kids know?
You know, they say the darndest things.
And they won 3 of these?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, 4 of them are Jackie
Okay.
and Chris.
Here's
so-
my vote. Here's my vote.
Go for it.
Favorite male action star Jackie Chan,
Okay.
and then favorite was it male actor Chris Tucker,
Mm-hmm.
and then favorite movie.
Okay.
So it was favorite movie, and what was it the Hugh Lee actress was nominated for?
Is it like
Female was action hero.
She's a villain.
Yeah, I know.
I
don't know shit.
Matt Pick.
I kind of want to agree with Nick, but just for the sake of changing things up, I'm gonna swap so that it's Chris Tucker's the action hero and actor is Jackie Chan.
Okay.
I don't think that
All right.
I
Your
don't-
winners.
I don't think she's gonna win. It doesn't make sense to me. She's not a hero. She's a villain.
Your winners are favorite movie, favorite male movie star Chris Tucker, and favorite male action hero Jackie Chan.
Ding 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 ding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense. It makes sense.
Okay.
I just had to be opposite.
Mm.
MTV Movie and TV Awards. 5 nominees,
Okay.
1 winner.
Ooh, tougher odds. Okay.
That is a 20%.
This is MTV, you said?
MTV. Best musical sequence,
Mhm.
best villain, Ziyi Zhang.
Okay. See, they get it. She's a villain.
Yeah.
Best on-screen team, Shannon Tucker.
Mm.
Best comedic performance, Tucker. Best fight,
What
Hong
fight?
Kong Gang, Tucker and Chan.
Okay. That must have been like the massage parlor.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good fight.
Where's the win?
See, these are good categories.
Yeah.
Freaking kids, man. Like Kids' Choice Awards bullshit.
I'm
Nick.
gonna say best on-screen duo.
Okay.
Hmm.
Matt. In 5, 4,
I'm giving it comedy to
3.
Tucker.
Yeah, that would have been my second one.
Okay. The winner is Best Fight
Ah,
versus the Hong Kong gang, Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan.
Interesting.
I assume you're looking at just their nominations. You don't know what else they were competing against.
Correct. Just
No,
nominations.
no worries, no worries. Not a big deal. Just
Yeah,
You
we don't need
sure?
to go that far into it.
no.
Okay.
Man,
I
that was a
can
good. See, I
look.
did like that fight, but it was the second fight of the movie, and nothing really tops it. There's
For
no
the
other
fight?
there's no other big fight in this movie.
Yeah.
I mean, the casino had some good moments in it.
It had moments, but
Okay,
it's
so
still
while
not a
you guys
good
were
one.
rambling, I have pulled up the Best Fight
Okay.
category.
Mm.
All right, so your winner is Rush Hour 2, and it went up against Laura Croft in Tomb Raider versus the robot.
Oh, that was a cool one.
Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, Christopher Lee and Ian McKellen,
Eh.
and The One, Jet Li versus himself.
I was just about to ask if there was any like Jet Li stuff going on at this time.
So those were four fights, and Rush Hour 2 takes it.
Have you guys seen The One?
No.
No.
It was an interesting concept.
Also interesting that the Lord of the Rings like lost to something.
Yeah,
That's
agree.
yeah.
Although that was the Wizards fight, it wasn't that impressive. It's just these guys like tossing each other around. There wasn't like big flash or anything.
Was that the one that was on the bridge? Or like
No, it's at on the top of the tower, on the top of Sauron's tower. And I always get confused because
yes.
it's Sauron is the White Wizard and Saruman is the Eye, right?
Is yeah. I know. I got that confused the whole time I was
It's
watching them.
too damn close.
Way too close.
Damn you, Tolkien.
All right. Cruise into some of these facts here, and then we'll take a break. Number 1, they actually ran naked in Hong Kong.
Like they did have like the skin underwear, like
No,
underneath their trash can lids or whatever.
I don't think so. I think they straight up were naked in Hong Kong.
Wow.
There's a bit more to that one.
Oh, go for it.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't have like they couldn't get a permit or something for that one. So the way it was shot was that like they set up the camera and was like, okay, we got to get this because we can't get any permits, we can't get any extras or anything. So it was just kind of like a one take, them running down the street thing.
Yep.
I can't. Yeah.
Don Cheadle agreed to do the movie only if he got to fight Chan and speak Chinese.
And he nailed both.
The twisting tiger.
Great negotiations.
Hell yeah.
Counterfeit bills said "In dog we trust." DOG. In dog we trust. Extras took some of these bills and tried to use them in Vegas. And it actually started to circulate in the casinos where the FBI needed to be involved in some of this stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris Tucker was actually mistaken as Kobe Bryant while in Hong Kong.
That's why they made that joke. That's
Yep. Like everyone kept thinking that he was Kobe Bryant. That just goes to show you how big Kobe was.
Yeah.
An actual car chase occurred while filming the jumping out of the Red Dragon scene. So in real life, like they're working on trying to film the scene, and in real life, a true car chase happened to be going on at the same time, and it was just just mad chaos at that point. If you're wondering, the Desert Inn was used for the Red Dragon.
Like for the
Uh,
interior.
y- no, the exterior.
Oh.
Yeah. And the Desert Inn, I believe, closed in, I don't remember, 15, 14, 2014, 15 as I can't remember the exact date that it closed, but the Desert Inn is no more. Oh, I think Matt's looking it up.
You can move on. It's going to take me a second, but I'm pretty sure it
Okay.
was in the IMDb credits or the.
Yeah.
Oh, it closed in 2000,
Oh, okay.
which is probably is when
Got
they
it.
shot the scenes
So
there.
this is now the second hotel casino that has been used in Las Vegas but after closing because we know in Con Air they actually blew up, they crashed the plane into a casino that they were going to be uh, doing demolition on. Go ahead, Matt.
So just to further the Desert Inn tale,
Sure.
it was demolished in October 23rd of 2001.
Oh,
So,
wow.
so
Okay.
so it closed in 2000. They shoot outside of it. This
Yep.
movie is released in 2001, and they destroy it.
Jeez.
Apparently, it's the Win that's there now.
Oh, that's where that's the new hotel that's there?
Yeah, the Win.
Okay.
The
I was
Win.
wondering where that was located. I was like, where is that in Vegas?
On the
Okay.
strip.
See, there's so many like hotels and casinos there. Like I don't know any of them, and they keep like closing and popping up. And like
Well,
I don't know.
you heard about the craziest Las Vegas hotel that to be closed, right?
I don't
Is it
Right.
the,
I was like, I can't
the
believe they
Tropicana?
actually no.
know.
They just recently, like last year or something like that, closed the Mirage,
Hmm.
which is I couldn't. I was like, wow, I cannot believe the Mirage is being closed. That is one of their most iconic hotels.
I feel like I'd probably like recognize it if I saw it, but I've never
It's the
spent
one that's
time
in
in
Vegas
Vegas.
Vacation. I'll tell you that. That's where they stay.
Oh, okay.
And it's the one that had the volcano in front of it, and
Oh,
all the sea creatures were there. Like it's been a very important hotel for Las Vegas, and the fact that they were closing it, I'm like, I mean, don't get me wrong, they've got a lot of fantastic hotels. I think the Bellagio is
Yeah,
like probably the most iconic hotel that they have.
like Mandalay Bay, the Excalibur.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
even before that, you've got the Venetian, which is out amazing. Caesars is, I think that's your probably top three, is Bellagio, Venetian, and Caesars.
Mm. Yeah.
I'll say at least two of those ring strong bells for me.
Yeah. Also, Caesars was host of Hangover.
Which is why when I think of it, I just think Caesar Palace.
Yes. Um, what a movie premiere! This movie was premiered on a LA to Hong Kong flight on United Airlines.
Wait, this movie was what?
It was the premiere of the movie was on a LA to Hong Kong flight, nonstop.
What? Like on the little monitors on the back of the seat? Why?
That is the
You gotta get
wildest.
the vibe for Hong Kong. I don't know.
That is the wildest marketing tactic I've ever heard.
It really is.
That's-
I completely agree. And then lastly, initially Chris Penn was going to come back as Clive.
I'm
Which
kind of glad they
I'm
did.
really bummed. I'm so bummed that they didn't make that happen.
I'm kind of glad they didn't, just because he wasn't that big of a. Although the first movie, yes, he's got a big impact, but the second movie, they didn't lean into the bombings at all.
No.
It's just kind of like it's a bomb that one time, but they don't talk about like how they're bombing, why they're bombing. Hell, Homegirl shows up with a freaking cinder block of C4 at the end of this movie, and it's like, where the hell did she pull that from?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I guess it would have been more
But it's
interesting.
Chris Penn, man.
It would have been
It's
interesting.
Chris Penn.
I think it would have been more fun to see more interaction between Penn and Tucker. Like, just their
sure.
dynamic would be great.
And how much he hates Tucker. Oh my
yeah.
God. I love it.
And he'd still
Hate
be in
energy.
prison at this time. So, like,
Oh, yeah. 4 days later, he better still be in prison.
he's out on bail.
Yeah. Things got wild.
I feel like the worst part is you'd have to, like,
that's all I got for you guys.
you'd have to give him, like, scars and everything. Like, he'd still have to be injured.
Right.
All right. Well, I think that's a great start to this. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back for hopping into the beginning of this movie. Sounds good. All right. See you soon. We'll take a quick this would be a great opportunity to play some Beach Boys, but, you know, can't do that streaming. Get kicked off. People get angry. Fines. They shut you down. Don't want to do any of that. So it's just me right now, and that's okay. How are you doing out there in the world? Hope everybody has been enjoying a nice evening, watching movies, eating popcorn, enjoying our chat. It's only just begun. We've only just begun. That's right. I've got golf on the mind, so Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore 2, that's got to be coming out soon, right? Don't remember the date. Coming soon to Netflix, Happy Gilmore 2. It just sounds weird. Happy Gilmore 2. Oh, expected July. That'll be interesting. We got Virginia's back. That'll be fun. Who else? One of the Safdies. Okay. Nick Swartzen. Feel like I shouldn't be surprised. Bad Bunny, Eminem. Travis Kelce. Oh, there's going to be some interesting things happening in this one. What else we got? Scott Vogel. Why do I know that name? Knock at the Cabin. 21 Bridges. Creed 2. Hello, sir.
Hello.
I was talking with myself and then deep diving into Happy Gilmore 2. Coming out in July. I'm just going through
July, huh?
Yeah, so pretty soon.
I can't wait.
I'm just going through like the cast list that they have on IMDb. There are a ton of celebrities and stuff. It's going to be really interesting.
Mm-hmm. I'm so curious to see what they do with that.
I'm happy they're bringing back like the OG3, you know? We've got Happy, Virginia, Shooter. I hope that they keep like Shooter as like a just solid bad guy. Like he's just the antagonist. There's no Happy and Shooter are going to be friends by the end of this.
Right.
I do hope they bring back the eating pieces of shit for breakfast. Like even if it's just like Happy calling him back out for it, that would be fun.
Trader Joe's has this little chocolate bunny.
Yeah,
it's really good. In case you were wondering.
Nice. Jamie's she's finishing up her her Santa Claus, her chocolate Santa Claus.
Oh my God! Really?
Right? Well, I think she had 2, and weirdly enough, you know how typically when you're eating the Santa, like the feet are solid.
Yeah.
Apparently, this one was made upside down, and his head is solid. So very interesting. Oh, she heard me. She did not have two, just one Santa. My apologies, love.
Well, she's taking forever because my Santa was gone before New Year's, so I don't know what she's doing.
She's very good about not eating so much sugar. If it was me, it'd be gone in 2 days. Which I'm pretty sure I ate mine pretty quickly.
Yeah, no, it's like this like chocolate bunny that has like candy coated on top. It is really good.
Yeah, I'm fighting myself on the Easter candy because it's one of those. Like I want it now because it's the season, but if you wait until the day after, it goes like super sale.
True.
And weirdly enough, because like I love the sweet tart jelly beans, and like they started doing the Starburst jelly beans like more year round, like more often throughout the year. But the sweet tart jelly beans I fucking love, and this is the only time they bring them out. But I'm fighting myself. Like I'm so bad when it comes to candy. I want all of it. Give me all the sugar.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Jamie's got to keep me straight. We're waiting on Nicholas again.
Oh my goodness. Somebody's closer. Now you got me thinking Happy Gilmore. I'm just like,
we were talking about golf earlier, so it was in my mind.
Yeah.
I know this. Why do I know her? Why do I know her? Ah, yes. Didn't she just win?
No, you got to play it in it lies. I had to hit it off Frankenstein's fat foot. Remember? Good for you. You can count.
And you can count.
And you can count.
Waiting on you on the parking lot.
Parking lot. Oh my God.
Hey, shooter, don't you want your 9-iron?
Golf club in half.
Which is interesting to me because in Tin Cup, they broke about 20 of them. Just snap.
Yeah.
You're going to be 10 Cup.
I think Tin Cup is my favorite golf movie.
I liked it.
I really think it is.
It's always funny to me that you have these underdog stories.
Yes.
And it's the implication they're going to win because they're the underdog. You're rooting for the whole time. They have whatever fallout or struggle to get to the top, and it's like, no, they're going to pull it out in the end. And that's one where, no, he does not win. Like, what becomes the important thing is the story of what he accomplishes.
Go
ahead.
Is Tin Cup also the one where the ball moves and he says my ball moved? I have to take a penalty stroke or something? Or is that...
It could be, but I specifically remember that in The Legend of Bagger Vance.
Okay, that's what it is. Yeah. Because I remember we were talking about golf and honor, and it's like that's the type of honor that you have is if you address the ball and it moves, you gotta call it. Like,
yeah.
And they're even, if I remember, they're like, well, no one saw it. It's like, I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the scene, like right there. It's like, you know.
Well, I'm trying to remember because like that's during the big like the overtime round where it's him versus the two big guys.
See, I couldn't remember if it was Tin Cup or if it was freaking The Greatest Game Ever Played or the Legend of Bobby Jones or
I haven't seen that one.
Or Bagger Vance. There's a lot of golf movies, man.
Yeah. For Bagger Vance has kind of been one of my favorites when it comes to golf movies.
It's not bad.
What I like about it is that kind of the breakdown of certain things, like the way Will Smith kind of describes certain things of like how the grass will lay one way at on the day, and then as the sun
Yes.
moves, like it's gonna go the other way, and like finding the zone or whatever it is that he calls, finding the swing, and just like the visualizations, like how Bobby Jones gets into his thing, how Homeboy does, like it just I liked the way that it broke things down, but also the fact that when you're focusing in on Juna and like his PTSD and all of that stuff that he's going through, it's like I liked that while it was an underdog story, it felt like a very human story too, of like this guy's just trying to survive.
Yeah.
So really enjoyed that one. Yeah. Welcome back, Nick.
Welcome back.
After another 30 minutes.
Sorry, I was cleaning the kitchen.
That's okay. You're doing too much, but it's good.
Hey, I am the breadwinner of this household. I gotta keep my nana nice and cozy in this house.
You got to keep the woman of the house happy, otherwise, you don't go to bed feeling too good.
Yeah, I can't leave dishes in the sink. So
you're gonna wake up with a bucket of water on the face. No, just giving you some shit. All right, we're all back.
I'm all for it.
Cool. Let's hear that song again.
Is it the thong?
That thong, the thong, thong, thong. The Egyptian, the ice cream, I love it. All right, you cleaned the kitchen, but you came back with some moves. I can appreciate that.
Yes.
And you opened your closet again. I guess you didn't like the mirror look.
No, the sun was like reflecting from the side, and then it was reflecting off of the mirror. So I had to move the mirror because earlier it was like glow on half of my face and then like dark in the middle. It was very strange.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I moved it back.
Gotcha. Just noticing the changes. All good. But welcome back to GoodFlickas, home of the GoodFlickas. Can you take our critiques? Let's find out as we dive into Rush Hour 2. And what better place to start than the very beginning? A very good place to start. 2. Yes, it is 2. It is 2 a good place to start. So the intro for this one, Brian, because this is one that you've seen before, I don't know if you have had the same kind of experience as I did. I always liked this intro because you get like, yeah, we're showing you around Hong Kong. It's nice. You've got the fun song and everything. Like it's good vibes, but it's just the leading up to the bomb. Right. Where you're seeing this woman, just the back of her head, and I love that they never show you, like they never really show you her face until kind of the end. And I think they change her wig throughout the movie where it's different colors and stuff, but it's just her strolling through and it seems like no big deal. But I always remember the moment after the explosion happens and she's just casually walking across the street. Boom, it goes off. And she just casually says to the vendor on the street, is like, somebody better call the police. And at no point does she look back. Does she acknowledge, freak out? Just like, she's just so chill about it all. And then, boop, it just moves on with her day. I'm like, I always think about that when this movie comes up. So somewhat of a memory, but what was your kind of remembering of this intro?
It's the minute you hear a part of a score, you're like, oh, we're in Rush Hour Town now. And it goes like that. I'm like, yes, we're back in Rush Hour.
What was the song?
What?
It was kind of it had like Chinese vibes to it.
Yeah.
And I think it might be very similar, if not the same.
To be honest,
that was pretty solid. Yeah.
Yeah. I might have been a little high pitched, but the actual tonality was there.
It's more of a string instrument. You were kind of playing.
And
It
then
sounded like
I've also always
butterfly.
considered part of the beginning when they're in the car.
Okay.
Mm,
It's like
yeah, same.
after that scene, to me is no longer the beginning of the movie, because I know it's like, she says someone, you better call the police, and then if I remember, it's just a direct cut to
I that was
them in the car,
something.
right?
Yes, that was something I kind of misremembered. I wish it was a closer cut, like it was more of a somebody better call the police, and then boom, cut to them inside the car. I wish they all could be California. Like that was something that's how I remembered in my head, but it
Right.
wasn't as tight of a cut. Like there's a little bit after she says it, there's a little bit
Yeah.
before they're really introed where it cuts to the next scene or the next location. You hear the song playing, and then it goes to them in the car. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
she drops the line. Somebody better call the
It's
police.
like it's right there.
Give
Yeah.
it to them. Like they are the cops. Like just go to it. Just
Yep.
go. But yeah, Nick.
But
sorry. So sorry.
I was just saying, like when they're in the car, we're already off. I mean, the jokes are flying, and Tucker, or actually, yeah, at this point, Tucker is already being just he's being funny without even saying things, right? Um, him first of all, like them rocking out to Beach Boys, California Girls. All of a sudden, it's like in 4 days, Tucker has turned from Jay-Z to Beach Boys, like, which is just so funny. He's like, the Beach Boys are awesome. And before it was like, can you bounce in my back? Can you do that to the Beach Boys? Like 4 days change. It's done a lot for Tucker or for Carter. But what cracks me up every time on this one is Tuck or Carter has his his little book in his hand, and he's trying to learn Chinese. But what kills me is when he's like listening to Detective Lee speak, he's like combing through as if he can find what he's saying. He's like, and he's like trying to like repeat what he's saying. He's like, oh, whoosha, whoosha. And he's like going through. Oh my god, it's so fun. I'm like Tucker, you're crushing the I don't know what the hell you're saying portion of this scene right now. Go ahead, Nick.
I'm one of my favorite moments from this car intro is when Carter's trying to holler at the girls in the car,
Yeah.
and he's like, "Sup, baby," like trying to sway them, raise them up, and and he's trying to speak like Cantonese to them, and they're disgusted. And he's like, what's wrong?" My favorite. This is the first thing I wrote down when Lee says to him like, you told him that you asked him if you want to go get naked and sacrifice a goat.
Well, and the best responses from Carter when he goes, which word was goat?
Which word was goat?
Like he wants to
I
know.
didn't catch that
Totally
part.
fine with getting naked.
Yeah.
Which word was goat?
Oh, I missed that one. Yeah.
Which word was goat? Oh man. And then I'm sorry, bad form. Just throwing the CD out the window.
Mm.
Just because you messed up, buddy. Come on. Respect the Beach Boys.
Yeah. I do love the follow-up line and call back from Lee though. Like, don't ever touch a Chinese man's CD.
CD.
To me, this is a pretty solid intro for a Rush Hour movie.
Intro.
You've got the fun, like the music, the showing you around town kind of thing. Like it gets you into the movie pretty nicely, pretty smoothly. You get your explosion to set things off of like, all right, shit has hit the fan, and now we're back with our fellas. And it's
you find out it's a U.S. embassy pretty quickly too, to where it's like what building was hit. You're like, oh, they're going after the hardball now. Got it.
When it's one of the things that they do really well in this movie that I think Brian, you and I were kind of complaining a little bit about, but they do a good job of just giving you the information and moving forward pretty quickly throughout. It's like,
right.
That happens. They immediately give us answers of there was a bombing at the U.S. Embassy. 2 people are dead. Need you to look into it. It's like, cool, we're doing it. Like it just and it just keeps going. But that's also one of the things where I feel like it kind of fails for us ultimately, because it sets us up with, you got to go check out, is it Ricky Tan?
Yeah.
Ricky Tan. You got to go check this guy out. A name we've never heard before. It means nothing to us. And then it kind of takes a while throughout this movie to get that history.
Mm-hmm.
So like, and then it's not a problem that it's delayed, but
Well, I mean, they did the same thing with Juntao.
yes, but the difference with Juntao was they made it very clear that that name has history within like China, and like it has been a problem. It's like, it doesn't matter that we don't know him, we know the history of it. When it comes to Ricky Tan, it's just they drop the name and it's like, okay. They, like even with the triads, like I don't know if that's like a well-known gang kind of thing, like if you were to say for Japan and the Yakuza, like is that the same thing? Because I want to say they bring back the triads in Rush Hour 3.
Mm.
So like like I said, I don't know if that's like a well-known Chinese gang.
Yeah, it's like the Crenshaw Bloods or
Yeah,
right.
so they drop these names, and not necessarily a problem, but we don't have any context for it, and it means really nothing to us.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be smart that they're doing that, because when we get to the next scene where they're in the club and everything, and we're getting to experience it more as Carter is, and then getting information as it's coming in, I'm like, okay, so you took me out on the job again, and doing all that.
Yeah.
Like it's a nice setup for all of that. But I don't know. I wish to some level it was either more vague information or more detailed information, you know?
Yeah.
Especially since it's just a phone call that's happening and Lee's just kind of giving like the quick responses. Make the other side have some more dialogue that just kind of gives us a little more information about things. But
That's valid.
I do enjoy it. Like you said, it's a great way to get us back into the vibe with these guys, where they're having a good time.
You're back into the rush hour gang, you know?
Yes.
Yeah,
Having a good time.
We're hanging out with the boys again.
Carter's doing his thing, flirting with all the honeys, and Lee is
Jackie's showing us what he's learned.
Yeah. It's good times. Did you guys have anything else you wanted to bring up with intros or anything, or hopping into memories?
Hop right in.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
I think my memories says a lot about it, kind of like backs up my my score for the movie. To be honest, my memory of Rush Hour 2 are the bloopers.
Mm.
It is what comes to my mind every single time during if someone says Rush Hour 2. And it's almost all of them, because they are so freaking funny, with like the exception of a few that are like, you know, it's not meant to be funny. But the ones that are just, they're just so funny to me. Do we want to like kind of run through them, or?
I would love to, because I'm right there with you.
Okay.
It's one of the best things about the Rush Hour series is that they put the bloopers in, but it's also kind of like the downfall. Like the best part of this movie is the bloopers.
Do we want to do like chronological order of bloopers, or the ones that we feel are the best?
If you remember the order, I'd say go for it. For me, it's just like random ones.
I think I remember the order. Yeah.
Okay.
So the first one is when they're in the club. Jackie's running and he slips and falls.
Mm-hmm.
And that was pretty much it.
It's just classic.
Yeah. The next one is... Oh, shit. What was after that one?
It's a couple of Jackie falls, isn't it? Like him trying to climb up the bamboo. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. The next one is when he's trying to jump on the bamboo. He misses a couple times. One of them, he just gets stuck. And you see all the extras like run out and be like, "Hey, you good?" And he's just move, like not even moving. Then you get
the flip one is next, right? When he's like flipping.
Is it the massage parlor bloopers? I don't think it is. I think the next one after that is I want to say it's the Red Dragon Casino.
Oh, he's trying to get through the slot.
When he's trying to get through the
it's
teller.
a cage. It's like a cage counter thing.
I don't know what to call that.
Yeah.
And so he like first he gets straight just stuck, which looks I'm sorry, that looks so painful. It's like crushing down on your abs and your diaphragm and it just did not look comfortable at all. And then the other one he just straight misses. But it's his comeback is what kills me. Where he's like, "Are you good? Jackie, are you all right?" And he stands up. Jackie, always all right.
Yeah.
Or no, always good.
Always okay.
Always okay.
Jackie,
Always
always
okay. That's
okay.
what it was. Jackie always okay. And just walks off scene. And then I think after that you probably get the massage parlor.
I think so.
With the fight and how he's like off balance and he tries to continue and then he flips again and he falls backwards and just all that going on. And then they really start to just oh my god, do they start to light up. Um the gefilte fish.
Oh my god.
Probably my number one. My number one blooper is that it's like fucking Tucker cannot say this to save his life. Like, do you know what this is? I just he's like doing the whole. I love this. What is this?
Yeah.
But
I, I feel so bad for the lady in the background.
it's the lady in the background. Gefilte. She sounds like she starts off so even keel. Gefilte fish. Oh, okay. Gefilte fish. Gefilte fish. And then towards the end, gefilte fish.
Gefilte fish.
And then Tucker's like, oh, gefilte fish. Mocking her. Oh my god, the gefilte fish blooper is fantastic. The other one
You keep
is,
saying gefilte fish, right?
no, gefilte.
He was saying like gefilka. He was saying filka.
Like gefilka is what.
Yeah, at one point he's like filter fish, like I felt a fish. Like,
yeah.
like he was nowhere near the landing zone on that one.
Ironically, the
then,
closest he got was when he was mocking her. Gefilte fish. Like
yeah,
you said
exactly.
it. You said it.
Yeah, that's it. Now say it without the sarcasm. So the other one is when for some reason Tucker can't remember Lee's name, and so he's like, Jackie, kick the door open, and Jackie goes, "Okay, Chris Tucker," and then you get another one, Jackie, kick the door open, Jackie again. That one's great, and then you've got them in the
airport?
Crenshaw. What?
Is it the airport with the phone?
No. The
They're
Crenshaw
with Kenny.
Chinese food restaurant with Cheadle. And Tucker's like, isn't that right, Jackie?
We'd love to see that. Wouldn't we, Jackie? We'd love to see that.
love to see that, Jackie. Isn't that right, Jackie? And then Cheadle's like, his name is Lee. And I can't say the rest.
Yeah. I love that you put that GIF for the announcement today. I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. Because like you said, I go straight to the bloopers and that put me right there. So
And then the other two is the airport.
Mm.
where he actually gets a real life phone call, who then wants to talk to Jackie, and he goes, "You're sorry, you missed our film.
We're filming.
We're filming." And then the ending is, damn, he ain't gonna be on Rush Hour 3. I mean, that is just. These bloopers are iconic to this movie. I'm sorry, they were so good.
You skipped Jeremy Piven's little rant that I had brought up, but like
you.
I love it so much. I can't even remember half the stuff he says, but like he's just going like, you're gonna be the bells of the ball, like just
Yes.
like all of that little rant. It just goes nuts off. I love the fact that he gets
I think
Tucker
he
to
says,
break.
like, wait, look at you.
When take your little bottom, just slap your little bottoms. Like,
I'm gonna take you home and get wild or something.
Yeah.
Like, I forgot what he says, but yeah. Once he broke Tucker, he was like, "Oh, game on, buddy."
Well, because he was looking at Jackie, and then when he finished his like consciousness, then he looks at Tucker, and then he just immediately laughs.
Yeah. And you know what? That's got to be like gold trophy status to break someone like Tucker like that.
Mm.
You know,
I would be proud.
That cannot be. I would be so proud if that was me. I'd be like, yeah, we were on set. I broke Tucker.
You're like, I made Chris Tucker laugh.
I'm putting that on resume. Like, that's resume.
God, I feel like there was a moment in the Rush Hour 1 bloopers where Jackie says something when they're on the plane, and it causes Tucker to just lose it. I can't remember if it's him not being able to say the Chinese or not, but like, oh God, I swear, like Jackie's.
Oh yeah, because he said, "Look at Jackie." You're right, Tucker. I remember Tucker saying, "Look at Jackie," and he starts laughing. I can't think of it though.
Can't remember.
But see, once again, this is why the bloopers of Rush Hour 2 are my memory, because of just how strong they are.
They're so good. The best part too is like after seeing this movie, and particularly the gefilte fish bit, watching the movie over again, when you get to that scene, it was like, is this the kosher meal? It is. It's like, shalom. Like,
Shalom,
they're like, cut it. He's not saying it. He's like, we're done. It's not happening. Like, to know that there's a whole bit of that scene that they basically just said, like, it's gone. It's not happening.
Wasted time.
Yeah, like, we can't do it. We can't do this. Those are the best.
Man.
Those are the best scene, that the live edit of like, okay, it's gone.
Yeah.
It does. It kills me though that Tucker cannot remember names.
I've got a few memories.
Sure.
The first one came to mind. Was, you kind of mentioned it in the bloopers, but when Jackie slides through that counter cage thing at the casino, I was so impressed by that. I was like, damn, that is a crazy stunt to actually do. Because my TV remote has like that button where you can like go back 10 seconds. Oops. Strikes again. And I was doing that a lot with this movie, with some of these stunts. I was like, oh man, like, what did he just do? And I go 10 seconds backwards and rewatch it. Like, that was just really cool, very impressive. Another memory I have is the casino when Carter is winning, at the table, and he's wearing like his all print suit, and then he gets on the table and he starts doing like the dancing and stuff. That's a great one, which then also reminds me of the karaoke scene when he's at the club and he starts doing like the Michael Jackson dance while he's singing to the songs. Like he just has these star moments where he's the center of attention, and it's so entertaining to watch.
I titled both of those scenes if you wanted to talk about them right now, or
yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the first one you brought up, I titled "Feel the Brotherhood Spirit."
Wait, for which one?
When he's at the craps table.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because the line is, in the spirit of brotherhood, let's just play craps.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. But was there anything that you wanted to mention about that scene, or?
I mean, just the fact that this is one of like the racism things that you mentioned earlier about how he gets a certain type of $500 chip while everyone else gets $1,000 one. And he just gets on a whole stink about it. It's like, it's all equal to the same amount of money, but he feels like he's being called out for it. And then he, in his Chris Tucker way, goes off, and it's great to watch. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I love that. Well, he's not cheating by any means. Like, he's just there. He's having a good time. The only thing that he's really done that's wrong is that he's paying with fake $100 bills. But he's winning these games, and I love it. Like just the excitement of everything. He's rolling these numbers and everything. And when it cuts to him, he's like, "This 7 I'm about to roll is for those 27 years that Nelson Mandela spent there." Like this one is from Mandela, like that.
Mandela.
And like he's getting the numbers, like he's like you said, he's on a hot streak. He's doing well. Like
Yeah.
he win. I'm like that. Me not being a gambler, not want like I would never want to put myself in that situation. But the energy and the excitement that he has, he's throwing those dice and they're coming up clean with wins and stuff. It's just he gets so excited, he jumps up on the table, he's doing his dance, and I'm like, "Sir, you're gonna have to get down." And it was like, "I'm gonna," like he just.
He's even like at one point, he's like, "Oh, who was touching my butt? Keep touching it.
Yeah, yeah,
Do it again.
I do it again.
Do it again.
Yeah,
Do it again." Yeah, it's like that was bringing him good luck or something.
but and like because the start of that whole thing is like him making a big scene, right? It's like, I just won my $1,000 chips, like making a big deal about it, and now he's turned the crowd around where they're all
Right.
on his side in the sense of like,
Well, because he's making everyone a crap ton of money.
oh yeah,
Pun intended.
I love it though. I feel like he is the kind of guy you'd want to take to a casino and would just have like a good time being around. Go ahead, Brad.
Well, to add to that, when you need a distraction or a diversion, who better than Chris Tucker / Carter? I mean, Lee just needs a way to get in, and he needs someone to create a distraction. And oh my goodness, does he get it? I mean, there are no eyes that are not looking at Tucker at this point. I feel like the entire casino is like, what is happening at that craps table? Like, why is this man dressed in like brown alligator leather or whatever the fabric was going nuts? But the crazy thing is, if you watch him, he's not going over the top to where it's like, oh, I can get arrested for this or anything like that. He's just preaching his mind. And it's so strategic, it's so smart with how he goes about doing it. And it's, to me, it's incredibly believable, to where it's like, yeah, he's a little, his feathers got a little ruffled because he didn't get the 1,000 chips and everyone else got these 1,000 chips and all that stuff. But there's nothing that's going to get him kicked out of the casino. And then just how all of a sudden the one person that's like causing havoc is now just killing it as a hot roller. It's like just like adding like that extra bitch slap to the casino, to where it's like you can't even arrest him and he's taking your money right now.
The most that they could do was tell him to get off the table.
Exactly. And I'm sorry, he just won $400,000. He's literally just jumping on the table full of excitement.
Yeah.
I have a feeling some people have done a little bit of crazy things when they win that much money. And they probably are like, the casinos are like, okay, we get that you're excited, but we still have rules to abide to, people.
Yeah. Well, when he gets up on the table, he's like kicking all the chips around and stuff.
Yeah,
too.
that's a little bad form.
Yeah. 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 It's just it's such a fun scene, and like you said, it is such a great distraction because he's calling attention from all security and
Yes.
and every. Well,
I mean, yeah, the higher
Yeah.
levels are seeing them. Did you even catch, like, I caught this small detail where they do a cut scene to some of the I guess like more head security. Like I don't know what the levels of security in a casino are, but
Mhm.
you could tell that they're higher, they're at a higher level, so they've almost got like eagle eye. But the detail that I noticed is you hear Carter saying something, and then when they cut it, you hear him saying that same thing, but it's like such a distant voice. And I'm like, that was just a really, really cool little small minor detail that I felt worked really well.
Was it when they had the security camera? Like because they had a security camera above.
No. It
It's
was,
not that.
they cut to two guys, like two security guys. I think they might have been pit bosses. No, pit bosses would be on the floor. I don't know, because they had like a red uniform on, like red jackets.
I remember what you're talking about, but I wasn't paying attention to the audio to kind of catch it.
The
but,
audio
like,
is so good because you hear Carter in like a distant, like, oh, he's far away from him, but it was right what he was saying. It was continuing what he was saying. I'm like, damn it, editor, that was.
I didn't catch that.
Be proud of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like that level of detail that people get to, but I didn't catch it.
And then
No.
what does Carter talk about? They like, how come? What does he say? How come we don't have any black performers out here?
Oh, he's like,
Oh yeah.
we got. Did he say who was it?
Yeah, who was it?
Is it Reggie? No.
No, was it Little Richard?
No.
It started with an R.
I thought it was Little Richard's, like, or
Rennie-
Lionel. No, not Lionel Richie.
No,
Oh, that might have been it.
I think that was it. Yeah.
I think it was Lionel Richie.
Yeah.
Lionel
And
Richie?
that's when he's like, Lionel Richie hasn't been black since the
Commodores.
Commodore.
Yeah. Yeah.
I felt like that was an improv.
I kind of hope that would be like just.
I don't think that was a written line. I think that was Tucker just ripping.
I mean, could he have said Michael Jackson?
I mean,
Or is that too big of a name to perform at a
I don't know, because
casino?
he was bringing up like older people, you know, like he brought
Yeah.
up Gladys Knight and the Pips, Ike and Tina. They can get back together. Like, so I feel like Michael Jackson would still like maybe like too popular at this point. Like Michael Jackson isn't performing at casinos; he's doing world tours.
Plus, this is a great lead on to Nick's other scene that I titled Carter Jackson.
Nice. That's good.
So maybe that's why they didn't do Michael Jackson. They've already done enough Michael in this. Movie,
Yeah,
where they're
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
we don't just want to just dump it all on Mike.
Yeah, we got the reference already. Yeah.
But since you brought it up, was there anything that you'd want to talk about that scene?
Yeah, I mean, not to summarize it too much, but I like how Tucker Carter is in the bar and he's just like, "What is this? Come on!" It's just some guy like bombing the song, and he's in.
Bombing is putting it lightly. Let's be real.
But what word would you use?
An abolishment. I mean, that I don't know what was going on.
Abolishment? Is that a
What?
word?
Abolished, yeah.
Isn't that a word?
A bond. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's say abhorrent.
Let's just say
Yeah.
he butchered it.
Okay.
Like he was butchering that song. I was like, oh my, I feel you, Carter. It hurts, my man.
And like nobody in the crowd was even singing along or dancing, nothing. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
But then Carter gets up there and he's I don't know if it's like lip syncing or if there's someone else actually singing for Chris Tucker. But he was sounding good when he was doing the karaoke, and then he starts to whip out the dance moves, and everyone in the crowd is still very stoic and unimpressed. But then he like starts to get the ladies' attention, and they start kind of dancing, and then they come up on the stage, and he's getting everything he wanted.
The balls on Carter to like be openly and actively flirting with all of these dudes, ladies that are sitting at the tables with them. It's like, oh man, that's a whole nother level of confidence. And then to have them come up, like, oh my god, he was loving it. He was having a great time. But as far as like the singing and stuff goes, I'm fairly certain that it is Tucker. I thought I read something on IMDb where he was refusing to do kind of like the Michael Jackson impression or whatever until they kind of got him to do it off camera. And the director told the camera guys like, all right, we're going to film this, but don't let him know you're filming it. So
Wow.
What?
Yeah. So I think they if that's accurate, they may have kind of sneakily gotten him doing this whole karaoke bit.
Cheeky bastards.
Right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it sounds like Chris Tucker singing too. So I think it's him. And I just
For sure. I completely agree, because the way that he sounds on the mic, like, I don't care how good of an editor you are, like that would be very, very tough to where he's like singing and then instantly talking like, Lee, come on, Lee, like all that. I was like, no, That's definitely Chris Tucker.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
The chamans were so funny.
what an impersonation. I mean, it wasn't Michael, let's be real. No one's Michael, but really, really good job.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
The I'll be right back. That is the
Oh my
best.
god, that was funny.
Oh man.
Well, it's
I
funny.
also love that he just goes up on karaoke, not knowing that he's in a basically
Gangster
like
bar.
would you want to call it like a gangster club?
Yeah.
Like
I mean, it was a club.
the
for sure.
triad club, club triad.
Yeah.
Which always makes me like, I think about the guy that he sits at the bar with who's smoking the cigarette. I'm like, I feel like this guy's probably some kind of weirdly high ranking member of this gang. And he's
Right.
just chilling at the bar smoking a cigarette. He's like, hey, how's it going, man? Like this place? Come here up. Like, he's just chatting this dude up who's not giving him the
Exactly.
time of day. And then he starts talking shit about the guy doing karaoke. I wonder what that guy's backstory was. Like, if he actually is a part of the gang, and if so, like what his level is was he
It's
amused
weird
by
'cause
Tucker?
If you think of Rush Hour to Rush Hour 2, all they did was just flip roles.
Kind of.
Where Rush Hour, Jackie was in a pool hall and he didn't want any trouble, and then all of a sudden he goes and drops, just do as Carter does, right? And now all of a sudden we're now in a triad club that he's unaware of, and once again he's doing as Carter does.
It was because like they're being the foreigner in the other country.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The good
So,
part
you know,
is
playing the Rush Hour card with a twist. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm for it. It works.
well, the
Yeah.
good part is Carter doesn't drop any slurs.
No, he doesn't.
That would have been embarrassing.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall though, like Chris Tucker's performance as Michael, I give it a solid 8 out of 10. I was very, very impressed with.
Yeah.
What he's
I
doing.
mean, even though the dances were kind of like minimal, he hit them.
He hit him.
He hit them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. He didn't get too crazy with it, but
yeah.
he hit the right ones. Yeah. Yeah, those are kind of like my two big memories. Just off the top of my head.
What do you got, Matt?
I've got like little pieces that are kind of memories. And I don't really want to bring them up just because they're not going to kick off scenes or anything. But there's little moments that I think about when I think about this movie. So one,
Just say them.
one is it's when they've essentially kidnapped Carter and Lee. Like they're outside of they just chased Zing out or whatever, and Isabella knocks out Lee. But so they're in the car, and is it Huli? Huli is like kind of carving the apple, whatever, and she's talking about how much she doesn't like the girl. But it's the line that she drops where she finally speaks English. Better be careful with that knife before you hurt yourself, bitch. Like, or whatever it was that she says, she just drops that line so cold, and she throws it at her, and it's like right into the apple, like in her mouth. I'm like, Huli was a scary chick, and I liked her for it. Like, it was one of those weird things where you really like a villain, and that moment where she's just so. The only way I can really describe it is evil, but like she's offering that apple, and it feels so much like with Snow White in the evil witch when she's like
Evil Queen.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it has that vibe, and it's just like, oh, it's so uncomfortable and great at the same time.
I think I was feeling that vibe extra because I've been watching Once Upon a Time,
Mm-hmm.
who is basically the entire storyline is surrounded around the evil queen, and I was like, oh, this is so evil queen.
Yeah. Yeah. The other one that kind of sticks out is so it's the fight scene between Huli and Carter. I enjoy this fight, especially since I don't think Carter hits her a single time. Like he's almost entirely on defense.
Wait, which one?
In the casino.
It's the one in the Red Dragon.
At the casino. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
there's a minor one.
all of the kicks to the face.
Upper kicks.
My God, she kicks him in the face so many times. It's hilarious.
That's like her signature move to him. Yeah. It's like it happens like 3 times in this movie.
The first time is hilarious when Lee runs up and he's just like, "What happened?" He's like, "I slipped. Am I bleeding?" Like he's trying to play it off so cool, but he just got kicked in the face. So yeah, it's the last fight with Huli where he's actively trying to fight. I like that again that he's on defense the whole time and she is so aggressive. But it's why I kind of like it. The end of that fight I hate because he just kind of like falls back and then it's just slingshot blade to the chest and it's like it leads us to one of the best lines that Tucker delivers, but for that to kind of be the end of the fight is really disappointing to me. And I get that it's probably meant as kind of like we don't want him to hurt her or attack her, or like it's got to be somewhat of accident, like whatever that kind of bullshit reasoning. I dislike how weak it is to take her out. Like she deserves a bigger defeat than that. But go ahead, Brian.
Well, a couple things. You're dancing around a head scratcher and a nitpick of mine.
Yeah.
So the nitpick that I wrote down was Carter doesn't get to kill the crazy bitch.
Crazy ass bitch.
I feel like he deserved the win of the kill, and he never gets it. I mean, even to the very end of how she actually dies, it's not through the hands of Carter. And like what you were saying, the whole like, you know, the whatever that weapon was falls down and stabs her in the upper chest and everything. Again, not by the hands of Carter. I'm like, oh come on. Everything that she's doing to Carter, and you're not even going to give him the win on this one. It's kind of a tough beat. And then my head scratcher that I had is, if you guys notice, and maybe this is something you notice like around the 50th watch, but when they're about to fight, they're doing like the showdown thing, right? She grabs the hair needle,
chopstick. I think is what it technically is.
Was that it? It was a
I
chopstick?
think it's technically a chopstick,
Okay.
yeah.
And does the whole thing and then does that. And then Carter starts to do his thing where he's doing the Egyptian and the Kung Fu and all of it. It cuts back to her where she smiles. My question, was this an actor break and she wasn't supposed to smile? Or was it in the script where she was supposed to smile like, you ignorant fool?
That one.
Yeah.
I think it's the other one. I think Tucker broke her and they didn't edit it quite enough because it didn't seem like a I'm about to kill you smirk. It seemed like an actual Tucker, you idiot. Like, what are you doing right now, smirk? Like, I can't take you seriously, and I'm about to be in a serious fight with you. And again, this may be like because I've watched this like 50 times and I've seen it, but it seemed like a Tucker broke her smirk, and I'm just curious what you guys thought.
I would have to see. Like, I remember her smiling, but I don't remember what kind of a smile it was. I'd have to analyze it to really get the feeling of it.
Okay.
But I would
That's
get the
fair.
impression that it was more of like a, oh, you fool, you know, type of like,
Yeah.
this would be a piece of cake for me to kick your ass.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I
But,
could,
but you very may well be right. Is it right?
You want to sound the words?
That's not the words that are coming out of my mouth. But he may have just made her laugh, and then they just were like, you know, let's keep that in.
I've always wondered it. I've always wondered it.
Yeah, it could be both. Yeah.
I could definitely see it as one of those situations where she broke and they're like, oh, we're gonna take advantage of that like cut and like cut it short to where it's not her actually laughing or anything. Like she holds it long enough. But I've always read it as like her cockiness of like, you're gonna die, fool. Especially since what it happens immediately after. Yeah. Um, but especially because like right after she gives that smirk and everything, she knocks the sword out of the statue's hand and immediately starts attacking. He's like, oh, like she comes in so aggressive so quickly. Like I always liked that smirk about her. Again, like she was such a good bad guy, and her intensity. I do kind of like the fact that she never really speaks English. I think in real life she struggles with English, or at the time like she couldn't speak English. So I liked that about her because everything that she was putting forward, just like she was so good at being aggressive and having that intensity. And the fact that like, you know, it's all in subtitles and stuff. It's like, I felt like if she was speaking English, it wouldn't feel as intense, especially since she's supposed to be like some high member in this Chinese triad gang, right? Like you don't need to be speaking English. You Cantonese, Mandarin, whatever it is that she's actually speaking that time, like that should be where you remain, and it works for you. Like for argument's sake, Ricky Tan speaks English and it doesn't feel intense. It doesn't feel scary to me. Like when he's doing his whole bit on the boat talking to Lee and all that stuff, it's just like it doesn't feel genuine. It feels fake. It's like all of it. I'm like, but if the conversation was happening in Chinese, if they were speaking Cantonese, Mandarin, whatever to each other, I feel like it would feel more genuine because they're speaking in their native language. And two, it just has a natural intensity to it because they're conversing in something that I don't understand. So now there's already a bit of that internal anxiety that I'm sort of creating just because it's like, I've got to read the subtitles. I don't really know what's happening here. Like it's just, I feel a little more out of the loop, and that kind of makes it feel more intense to me. Go ahead, Nick.
It's the same thing with like Latin women. You know, if you watch Modern Family, when Gloria is speaking with her family, she sounds aggressive when she's speaking in Spanish, but she's just being like, "Oh, I love you guys. I hope you're doing well." But it sounds very intense and very aggressive.
Yeah.
And I think that that's just because of the foreignness of the way that the language sounds to us.
It's the same as German or Russian accents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, but like you said, because he was speaking in English, it's a familiar language to us. So it's like, oh, okay, like I get what you're saying, but if I can't understand what you're saying because you're speaking a different language, now I'm getting anxious and I'm worried about like what you're saying could like what that means, what you're gonna do to me or my family or whatever.
It's also not what it's not what she's saying, it's what she's not saying
Mm-hmm.
that works the most, and more importantly, the looks that she's delivering.
Yeah.
She delivers looks that are like, I'm gonna dice you like raw sushi.
Mm-hmm.
like they are just, I don't know how she's doing, like what she's doing throughout this movie, but those looks, I'm like, oh no, I don't want to mess with you. I do not want to mess with you at all.
From the moment she walks out of that building and she drops the cold ass line of somebody better call the police, like she maintains that intensity throughout. The next time we see her, she's running from
Triad.
Well, she's with the Triads, yeah. But when she's on top of the building and she is like looking to just kill Lee, and she's got that bamboo stick ready to freaking just like stab him, like that woman has like zero fear. And it is so evident, like she is just, she is a force to be reckoned with. And it again, it's not what she's saying; it's everything that she's doing. Her looks, like she's got that mean look to her, and it works so well.
Even going back to your apple scene, like some of the looks that she's shooting off to Isabella, I'm like, oh man.
Seriously, when she tosses that knife into the apple, like she is 2 feet away from her.
Yeah.
Like, oh, but the look as she does it, like that fake smile that like it's obvious that Isabella is like getting that same vibe. Like, I may not know what you said, but
Yeah,
I know you're full of shit, lady.
the Real Housewives smile.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
I don't even know what it means, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
You know what it means.
Well, I've never seen it, so I don't. Yeah.
It could be any of them. Real Housewives, Beverly Hills, New Jersey, just so many. New York City.
we're best friends, right?
There.
I'm
that.
not. I'm not going to stab you in the back. You can
Right.
trust me.
Right.
That smile, yeah.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Hugs.
Yeah. Yeah. So loves her and all of that and that intensity.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. I think my other like my true memory though, that's not like some small moment necessarily. It's the pretty much entirely the massage parlor scene. I mean, from start to finish, when they get in there and Carter is like, I can have any woman. I can just choose any woman. And he's like, you don't hop in front of a black man at a buffet. Like all of the, like, it's hilarious from start to finish. The fight scene is really fun. It's really creative. Getting to see them, because this is where I think Rush Hour 1 really like shone through of like how impressive it was, were those fights in like the offices and the buildings and things where it's like he's using chairs, he's using tables, like using the carpet, the like all of those things, and it all takes place in this one fight scene. And the use of props, like having like the massage roller that's choking Carter, the using the chairs to like flip over and all of the taking the plant out of the planter to throw, like to swat it down like it's a freaking hammer on somebody, like all of it. Like I really enjoy this fight scene, and actually just because I didn't highlight it, but the interaction with Carter and Tan when he starts breaking his laptop and everything, it's just like, oh buddy. And you've got Lee in the back who sees every one of his gang members stand up and then sit back down as Carter turns around to not notice. It's like, don't do it. So good. Go ahead, Brian.
So I titled this scene, obviously. I titled it Rub and Beat Down.
Nice.
It sounds a little dirty, but I like it.
Well, I mean, come on. Take a look at the parlor, my dude.
Hey, we don't know what kind of endings that parlor gives out.
This scene is just it's so good from like start to finish. When the doors open and Carter's reaction is just like, oh my god. That's amazing. What you're talking about, I mean, you did a great job highlighting. The one other thing I want to mention is the use of a tiny trash can. I have never seen a tiny trash can used so efficiently in my life. Like like I don't know how many times I was like, how is this trash can even still durable at this point? He like shoves his foot in, kicks him. He throws the trash can to Carter. He throws it back to Lee. I'm like, this trash can is like a MVP right now.
A gauntlet.
What?
The trash can's like a gauntlet, but like
yeah, it's great. And then I love how like before, once again, do you remember when we were talking about Rush Hour? How Carter is always like adding extra details to his stories.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Like when he was in the police station, he's like, yeah, got into a fight. There was like I forgot what he says, but it was like just some
like 15-20
stupid lie. And then he's like sitting in the massage parlor, and he's like, yeah, about the triads? I beat down 20 of them. It was on. I'm like,
oh, that's when he's on the boat, right?
We did a lot of the work. You did nothing.
God.
Yeah, so no, I mean, yeah, the scene is the fact that they're all in robes.
Yeah,
cracks me up.
The towels.
Oh my god, when Carter rips the towel off the guy and he's naked, And he's like, damn, I don't know why you mad.
Not cool. And then he whips
Not
him.
only
Then he
are you getting
freaking
your
whips
ass
him
kicked,
with it.
but you get your manlyhood dissed at the same time. That's a tough beat, my dude. That that one's gonna need some ego stroking for days.
I like that you said manlyhood. it's
I am trying to be polite on this one. All right.
it's just manhood, not
No, it's
manlyhood.
manlyhood. All right.
And I like how you worked in
You
the.
Make it
man,
extra
I'm
long.
manly,
I like
so
how you worked in that stroking comment too.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, no, I really like this scene too. It gave off first Rush Hour vibes for sure. I really liked the use of the chairs.
Yeah.
I remember there was one moment where, because a lot of these chairs were kind of back to back and then front to front, like in a row, and there was one scene where I can't remember who it was, but one of them was running on the chairs, like stepping on them, and then like stepping the backs down, and then going on the next chair, stepping it down.
Oh,
And just
that was
the
definitely
camera like smoothly goes with them. It was a really cool shot.
that was Chan.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. It was him. That was a really cool moment. And then but back to like the very beginning of the scene when the doors open and there's just all the women there. I was under the impression that he could only choose one woman. But you see he clearly picks like 8 of them.
He's ordering everyone.
Yeah.
He dropped that credit card. He can get as many as he wants.
Yeah.
Good old American dollars.
I love the hostess when she's just like, this dude's rolling in. He's all kinds of cocky, and she's just like, "Do you have American money?"
American money.
And he throws that credit card up, and it's just like, "All right, bud,
We good."
Yeah, she is like, let this man do what he feels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also love how they had we already know Jackie Chan's stunt work. I love how they incorporated one stunt work from Tucker, and that's when he's like laying backwards on over the chair, and then Jackie flips him up. It's like it's so half-assed. It's really funny.
He's like telling him, no, like don't do it to him.
Exactly.
Oh yeah. Okay. I remember. Yeah.
It's like assisted stunt work.
Yeah. An assist. I really love the ending to this. After they beat up all the dudes, and then the doors open to be like the actual like triad gang, and they're just like, oh shit. Like
Jackie's look is just so devastated. He's like, ah.
yeah. It made me think of like video games where like wave 1, now wave 2.
Yeah.
You know, like yeah.
I barely made it through wave 2. Come on.
Yeah.
How many more of these are there? I like the Tucker's stunt when he's on the wall and he's next to the massage woman, and he's like don't worry, I got this, and he goes to move forward and he gets punched in the face and it like knocks him all the way back. He goes, you better get the hell out of here. Yeah. It just the camera shot as it like tracks him backwards, it feels so like I think it's Spike Lee who does it, where it's like that weird angle, like camera where like it follows somebody, but it doesn't look like they're actually walking or moving.
Oh,
it had that kind of vibe for a second.
Inside Man.
Yes, with Denzel.
With Denzel.
Yeah, I want to say he does that in most of his, like some sort of variant of it. In
I know
most
exactly
of
what
his
you're talking about.
It had that kind of vibe where it's like it's like that tracking shot of following, and then bam, he gets punched in the face and it tracks him back. Like it just kind of gave that vibe, and it made me laugh. Like, you can't do that from a wide angle. It's not as funny.
Well, he just wanted to fall back next to that girl, so you know.
Do you blame him?
Yeah.
I did think I didn't notice this before, but the women clear out of there quick.
Oh.
I don't know how she gets stuck in there, but it's not something I'm really looking to question here. Once that fight starts, those ladies are out.
Yeah.
which I can appreciate.
They know what's up.
Oh yeah, it's like, oh, he threw that laptop down. Okay, we'll see you later. Bye.
I love the line that Tucker drops when he's like, "Oh, I'll get you a new laptop, the one with the DVD player."
Yeah.
I was like, "Whoa, this movie!" Like, I forgot that this movie was made in 2001. As soon as he said that line, I was like, "Dang, you just dated this film."
Yeah. That's how you know it's a dated. Like, and they said that he's like, that's the updated version. I'm like,
Yeah, it's the
wow.
yeah with the DVD player.
One more scene in the break.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right.
Do you have one in mind?
I do.
Yeah.
Victoria's Secret's bomb.
Oh my god. Okay. This is what you're gonna send us into the break with. All right.
You know, give us time to take a cold shower.
Fair enough.
Oh boy. I mean, I don't even know where to begin on this one. Jackie, man, little creeper.
Oh, slow down,
Jack.
baby.
Slow down, baby. You know, he got those English lines down pretty well.
You got to remember, Lee hasn't had much Mushu in a while.
Yeah. Yeah, that was, I think this scene is just so funny because it's like we already know who Carter is, right? Motor mouth, loves the honeys, all that stuff. And he's now decided, well, Jackie's got this. I'm going to go rest. Like what could I be missing, right? And then all of a sudden, here it is. She's alone. She starts undressing. She's in the Victoria's Secret stuff. Like, and then Jackie is just in awe. It's like, what is happening right now? I love when finally Carter understands what's going on, how he just nails the catalog.
The catalog,
issue,
the page,
everything. I'm like,
Page
that's
27.
such a Carter comment.
It's like page 27, right? Is that what
Bro's
he
got
said?
good taste.
something like that. Yeah. Oh my god. In my opinion, there's nothing creepier than a guy that knows women's lingerie that well.
That's pretty bad, yeah.
But you're right. That is spot on for a Carter comment.
It's spot on for Carter, 100%.
Yeah.
You would expect nothing less, right? Then they start talking about Snoopy, which I don't know. I don't think it wasn't Snoopy. I'm going to say that. I don't know what it was.
It was not a good looking tattoo, whatever it was.
It was
It looked like
weird,
Snoopy,
right?
But like his head was looking up.
Yeah.
Like that's what it looked like to me.
But I don't know what was going on with the tat, but and then all of a sudden they see, you know, the same girl, and they're like, "Oh, it's a bomb." And so if it wasn't for them being peeping toms at this point, they would have no idea that a quote unquote bomb was about to be delivered to this girl. I love when they burst in. It's like, damn you, fine. Once again, another Carter classic, if you will. And then the head scratch that they have on this, they assume it's a bomb. They don't want to throw it off of the roof. So Detective Lee's second best option is to throw it 20 feet behind them on the roof, jump to the ground, and hope for the best. Like, what are the options here? Can we unpack that, please?
I think it would be more so. I would just throw it on the roof and then go back inside. Right? Because then at that point, then all the explosion is just going upwards, maybe a little bit downwards, but mostly upwards.
Explosions, they're 360.
Yeah, but
You're gonna get debris crumbling down. You're gonna get shrapnel going out, and I just
it's not about zero casualties. It's about the least amount.
Wouldn't it be better to wait 3 seconds, throw it, and then have it explode in midair?
But they don't know how
That seemed
long
to be the more pliable option for me.
They don't know how long how long it's going to take.
I thought they did.
No, there's no timer on it.
They're operating on like pure panic. They assume it's a bomb.
exactly.
They have no idea what's going to set it off, so they're just freaking out. And there is no plan. I like you said, if they toss the thing off the roof, I mean, like Lee said, is like there's people down there. It's like
Right.
we don't know when this thing's gonna go off, but if you throw it down, like sure, if it explodes in the air, preferable, but you can't time that because you have no idea how much time is left.
That's the call.
So there's no good answer of what you do with this mysterious bomb other than maybe, I don't know, open the package to see if it's a bomb.
That
Maybe
might
that
be a
could
good
set it
idea.
off. Opening it could set it off.
True.
You don't
but
know that.
Jackie's acting on how he's carrying the
Oh,
bomb
the way
is
he's walking
so-
and running,
it's
this
so
like
funny.
side waddle like penguin, it's so funny.
He's trying so hard to be as careful as possible. I love it.
It's so good.
Oh man.
Jeez.
Yeah, anyway, so that scene is top notch, and yeah, I got a shout out to Rosaline. I mean, I don't know if you trained for the part or what, but nailed it. Looking great in the lingerie, and just crushed it. So yeah, the scene's awesome.
Yeah, and what's a woman like her undressing in a hotel room with all of her windows open?
Yeah, good point. Really good point.
Like she knows what she's doing.
Yeah.
I just because we brought it up, like I was curious on IMDb's page, like if you look at the photos for this movie, it does obviously have that image of her, like her in the lingerie in the backside of her, where you can see the tattoo. Like it is so difficult to tell what that thing is. Like it kind of looks like Snoopy, but honestly,
Snoopy's nose is the only thing I could.
It looks like a
give 'em.
pacifier. That is the most like accurate description I could say of what it looks like, is a freaking pacifier. Yes, it looks like Snoopy looking up, but the bottom of it is like, that's definitely not Snoopy's head, even if he is looking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I thought that tattoo was gonna have more of a foreshadowing. Like we see this tattoo, and then when we see Isabella later in the movie, maybe being with the Secret Service or whatever, we see the tattoo again and be like, oh, okay, she's actually a good guy. But there was like one joke later about Snoopy between the two guys, and that was it. Like
right after the scene.
I forgot what the joke was, but
people think I'm friendly like Snoopy.
People think I'm cute.
Yeah.
Oh,
It wasn't
cute.
even a joke.
Yeah.
Like Snoopy. And it does kind of foreshadow the fact that like Lee and Isabella kind of like have a romance by the end of it and all.
Oh,
but I'd be really interested if there are any kind of deleted scene that explains what the tattoo actually is, because I mean, it's just one of those weird movie mysteries of like, what the hell is that? I'm like, sure, we can just accept that it's Snoopy, but I'm like, there's no way in hell that's Snoopy. And like, oh, sorry, she's got a great body, but a terrible tattoo. Like,
I think they needed a bigger binocular.
get a
Really
little
get
more
into details.
higher resolution or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious if there's a deleted scene or anything, or like something in the script that actually explains what it was. Like I'm curious. Is this like one of those things where you go to a convention and are like, hey, Brett, what exactly was Isabella's tattoo in Rush Hour 2? Like, what was the plan? What was yeah? Like, if it's,
Why don't you send her a DM on Instagram?
I don't think
Try
she
that.
knows.
Brian, use the GoodFlickas Instagram to send her a DM.
There you go.
That can't end, badly for anybody.
Brett's response would be like, you know what it is? She's got a great ass. And you got your head all up in it.
Oh, man.
I'm like, all right, you got me. You got me. All right. Break time?
Yes, I think we're definitely ready for a break.
All
Okay.
right, ice cream and whiskey. Let's do it.
That sounds nice. All right, quick
Yeah.
break. We'll be right back.
Take a few cocktails. Ice cream. You look very focused, sir. What you so focused
Got
on?
my pick for next week solidified.
Oh,
Hopefully.
that's what you were focused on.
Although I'm trying to remember if we did one of them. So
Even if we did, we have a new format with this like YouTube live thing, so it doesn't even matter. Anything goes.
okay, yeah. Oh, the second one's on
At least that's my opinion.
here. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's like we're getting to a point where, like, it's hard. It's not that we've done all the movies, but it's just hard to remember what ones we've done.
Hmm.
It's like after 2 years, it's like, hmm,
Did we do this one?
yeah.
But I say if we haven't done one that goes straight to YouTube and has, the memory segment and all that, because like that's been our most polished versions of these.
Mm, yeah. And then what's even interesting too is if we do one that we have done before that even is recorded, like we have it in the hard drives or something,
Hmm.
it would be cool to just watch them back to back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let's see if anything's changed.
Yeah, yeah. Or just like be like, oh man, like that was the time in my life when we did this.
Right.
You know, you're like, I was still an EMT when we talked about that. I was like, I was dating my ex at that time.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. There are some where we were talking about um details about the wedding that was coming up.
Oh yeah. I recently I was going through my iCloud storage on my phone.
Hmm.
It's starting to get full, and my it wasn't updating my messages and stuff, so I had to clear out a bunch of things. And a lot of what was taking up space was videos, and so
Mm.
man, I was like, because I got my iPhone in 2021, or was it 21 or 22? I can't remember. It's been like 3 or 4 years, and there were like videos back from like 2021, 2022. It's like, damn, like I totally forgot about that. And your guys' wedding video, I guess it was messaged to me like through WhatsApp or something,
Hmm.
and I rewatched it and I was like, dang, can't believe that was coming up 3 years ago.
I know.
Isn't that crazy? And then also, but while I rewatched it, I was like, damn, like the production on this is so good. Like they did a really good job with it.
Hmm.
And I like how they edited it to where it wasn't just in chronological order.
Yeah.
It was very like all over the place, but it still made sense.
Yeah, no, Blue Sky, they're really good.
Hmm.
You know what's crazy is my 20-year high school uh reunion, or not even it would be more of, I would say, in approximately 45 days, 20 years ago I graduated high school.
Mm. Wow, 20 years ago.
Hmm.
Wait, you're 37?
Yep.
37? That's like
Girl,
more than half your lifetime.
what?
That's more than half your lifetime.
It sure is.
I know when I was younger, I used to like in 2008 or whatever, it'd be like, you see like your school parades, it'd be like, oh, like look at us, we're the class of 2016, and I'm like, whoa, that's so in the future. And then now I see like we're a class of 2032, and I'm like, whoa, that's so in the future. Because like then once you get to that point, you're like, the future is now. We're here. You always see
Exactly.
the future.
What's even crazier is when you're watching old shows and they're talking about a futuristic date,
Mm.
and that futuristic date is like 5 years ago.
The thing that always comes to mind, like with anything like that, is Back to the Future.
Of course.
When they talk about the year 2015,
Hmm.
like that is crazy to me that in the 80s, like 2015 was this like unheard of
Yeah.
time in the
And the
future
way that
that
it's
nobody will live
portrayed,
to see, right?
the way that it's portrayed and what they think 2015 is like, and you're like, nope.
Like we're just getting the electric thing down. We haven't even gotten like the flying part yet.
Yeah.
And even the electric thing is having tons of problems.
Our planes are still having problems.
God. Although they weren't too far off about like hoverboards.
Hmm.
Technically, yes, the hoverboards that we have now are not what they had, but
Right.
we have boards that mimic the feeling of them hovering.
Hmm.
So they kind of got that right.
They almost got the Cubs winning the World Series, which is freaking insane.
Mm, I don't remember that detail. But then again, I don't really follow baseball, so.
And well, I remember the Cubs hadn't won for like a stupid amount of years.
Hmm.
And that year, all of a sudden they had a chance at the World Series, and we're like, what is going on right now? Like the internet went nuts on that
Oh,
one.
wait, for 2015?
Hmm.
I mean, hey, there's shows like Family Guy that predicted the future, or even The Simpsons.
Hmm.
Like they predicted the future.
Yeah, I've seen some of those memes or gifs. I'm like, oh wow, that's kind of weird.
You know what though? The way that the cars looked into the future in 2015, there is one car that came out a year ago. Well, it's I mean it's the Prius, like we all know the Prius, but um, the like refresh that they did on the Prius kind of starts to look like the cars in Back to the Future
Hmm.
in 2015. If you Google image like a current Prius, it looks like
Right.
a spaceship.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a weird looking car.
All right. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna dump my ice cream dish.
Yeah, go for it. My Matt's the one that's late now.
Hey, you guys suck tonight. All right, I'm back.
It's like you never left.
Yeah.
We are in the future.
So how are you doing? Everything good?
Yeah, doing good. Just
Good.
enjoying the 3-day weekend.
Nice.
Um, went to Costco today. Went
Ooh.
for a 2 mile run this morning, and I was on my last lap for the run, and it just started pouring down rain.
Yeah.
It actually felt really nice to like just finish off the run in the rain to like cool down and whatnot. Um, but then yesterday I went up to my best friend's place and hung out with him and his family for most of the day. And then Saturday, um, Sammy and I took her niece to the Sacramento Zoo.
Okay.
We had a day at the zoo. It was nice. Um, yeah, and then Friday was our 8 month anniversary. So we went out. We went out to like an Indian restaurant. It was really good. Yeah, it's just March has been a pretty chill, laid back month.
Yeah.
Also we're going to Europe in the fall. We booked a bunch of stuff in March, so my credit card got super high this past month. So it's like, all right, I'm not gonna spend as much money.
Yeah.
'Cause
Limit
we have one day,
approaching.
yeah, we have one day we were like, let's just look up free things to do. Oh, walking in downtown, that's free. Bike riding along the river, that's free.
it's,
Yeah.
it's like Fun with Dick and Jane style. You're like digging up people's lawns.
It's free. Didn't say it was legal. Pooping on sidewalks together.
I don't know what you guys have planned, but just kind of open invite. It is on April 13th is the Masters. Well, it's actually technically the Masters is 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. But April 13th is Sunday Masters, and Uncle James is doing a little thing at his house if you guys wanted to come by, hang out, watch Masters, all that stuff.
On the 13th?
Yeah, April 13th.
Let's check the calendar.
It's a Sunday.
Well, just to see if I have anything planned.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I've got hockey that day, but it's a late one. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
currently
remember.
nothing on the books for Sunday.
James lives in San Francisco. I don't know if you guys are big, golf fans or whatnot, or if you guys are more of like just being part of what am I trying to say? Like being around people. But
this is
I would just love to hang out with you guys.
yeah, it would be hanging out and watching golf and just having a really fun Sunday.
Sunday fun day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Matt's down, I think it'd be cool if we could carpool.
Mm-hmm.
I am going
And then
to
I could just go to your hockey game after.
I'm gonna hold off on committing for right now just because I'm so this
Sure.
week starts my big month. So I've got my first show that I'm running is this weekend. Next week is my second show that's like all week long, and that following week, so the weekend of the 13th leads into my last big show, but it's like the entire convention center is filled up. So I just don't know how I'm going to be feeling. But I will say I think Jamie is out of town during that time period, so I might just be lonely. So
Okay.
like I said, I yeah.
Again, no pressure. I just wanted to extend the invite.
Yeah.
I know Uncle James would love to see you guys too. So
Well, and I can bend his ear about golf
Yeah,
too, seeing what it's like having you kick his ass all the time with your new clubs and everything.
I'll bring Mario Golf on the N64 and we can play that out while we watch.
On
I
the
absolutely
64, you
destroyed him
said?
the last time we played.
What was that?
Yeah.
I destroyed him the last time we played. And that was the first time I had the one
glove.
I like just demolished him.
You're only allowed
And
to use
he's
that
like, "Oh
glove.
my god, is this the future?" I'm like, "This might be the future." Yeah, so I wanted to extend the invite, give you guys some time. No pressure at all, but if you guys can make it, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You got to get James to your
Right. Yeah, we'll see.
your pro shop to get him to your guy so he can get fitted for some clubs of his own and he can start competing with you again.
Actually, he's already talking. He's
Nice.
thinking about. He's in Hawaii right now.
Oh, okay, nice. He's
he's
got to
in
be
a golf
playing
tournament,
golf. I was gonna say he's got to be playing golf there, right? Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, he sent me a text yesterday saying, "Hey, I dropped a birdie for you." I'm like, "That a boy." job.
Nice. Can't believe he hit a bird. All right. All right.
But yeah, so just keep me posted.
Yeah, absolutely. 13th. I'm going to hit that
13th,
theme
April
song
13th.
and let's round around. Welcome back to GoodFlickas, home of the GoodFlickas. Can you take our critiques? Let's find out as we finish up our chat on Rush Hour 2. Did anybody have a scene that they wanted to jump us into, drop us off?
I'll start us off with a head scratcher.
Oh, those are good too. We haven't had too many head scratchers.
Yeah. This is a fun one because it's not really like it's part of the movie, but not anything about the movie.
Okay.
I think is what I'm trying to say. How in the world do we not have in real life in Las Vegas a casino like the Red Dragon? Or something along those lines. Like it just seems like it would be there. Like when I like Red Dragon is like it's such a good name for a casino.
So what is it that you're saying? Because again, I've never really been to Vegas. Are you looking for like a place that has like the acrobats and stuff going on and like?
I mean, yeah, or just
the theme of
Chinese Oriental themed. Because if you think about it, this isn't the first fictional. It's fictional, right?
Yes.
I always
Fiction
get that
means
mixed up.
not real.
Fictional means fake.
Yes.
Yeah, fiction,
Yes.
not real.
It's not the first fictional like Oriental Chinese themed casino in Vegas. I can think of Ocean's 13 with a little casino called the Bank that was also evolved around that type of atmosphere.
True.
I'm like, so you guys all keep tinkering around, but how has no one been like, let's make it happen. Let's do it. Everyone's all about diversity nowadays anyway. It's like, how is this not a thing?
China is still somehow like our enemy on certain levels, so I guess that's maybe part of it, but I don't know. It seems you have a good point. Like, I mean, we love Chinese food.
Chinatown.
Yeah,
there's a Chinatown in SF.
There's Chinatowns all over the place.
Yeah, probably Chinatown in LA, right?
Gotta be. But
I think there's Chinatown in, well, maybe not Chinatown, but is like in Sacramento, is, if I remember,
like
wasn't there like a district? Maybe.
Yeah.
It was J Street. It's like Japantown.
Yeah. It's like people like this stuff. I just don't understand with all these fictional things how no one has been like, hey, maybe we should put something like this in Vegas. It just seems like it's like the perfect fit for it too.
What I would say, maybe it might be a little too on the nose, but I could see a casino like an Asian themed hotel casino, because you have like something like the Luxor. It's Egyptian themed, but it's not like specifically to one culture.
Correct.
Right. Or you have like the Tropicana, which is like tiki themed. It's it could be like the Caribbean or Hawaii. Like it's not to just specifically one type of culture or country.
Right. Venetian is kind of like European. I mean, mostly Italy, but
yeah. So I could see like an Asian themed hotel casino.
I guess.
I mean, like, could you imagine how beautiful that would be? This like tall pagoda theme.
Yes.
Whatever. And then different parts of it could be like little, like, or like Japantown, Chinatown, maybe like have Korean restaurants. Like you could make it like an Asian themed hotel, but not maybe like specifically like a Chinese.
I can picture like in the grand, like in the main lobby, like this giant like koi fountain. Nothing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Like koi fish.
Exactly. Real life koi fish just floating around with this beautiful fountain. Like there's so many things that they can do. I'm just with the amount of fictional style casino, I just don't understand how no one has been like, these guys might be onto something here.
Yeah.
I gotta agree, but like, and what's interesting too is I feel like the Red Dragon, what they set up in this movie, has such a great story behind it to lead into the whole casino thing, right? Of like this dragon that blocks this whole treasury, and it's like, well, guess what? I found that treasure. Like it's like you said, it's spot on theming. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know why it's not a thing.
Yeah,
Has-
it's
has
just
there
something I thought of when I was watching this, and I'm like, man, Vegas needs this.
has there never been like a Chinese themed casino or hotel?
Not that I can. There's well, no, no, I can't think of any.
Interesting.
And then the most like tourist attraction that I can think that's Chinese related, that's in America.
Mm.
Let me just that I know of is the Chinese theater
Yeah, I was
Ah.
about to think that. Yeah.
in LA. That's like the most Chinese. Well, I guess aside from Chinatown in San Francisco, but but other than that, like I can't really think of anything like Chinese Asian oriented that's a tourist attraction that's in America.
Yeah.
Well, like Matt said, like
And
China
I
is
certainly
not the most friendly with the U.S. I guess.
right.
Well,
Personally.
we have a pretty shaky history when it comes to Chinese immigrants, so
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
But as a general statement, though, it does seem like it would make sense. Like, why not have a casino that fits this theme? It's ripe for the picking.
Hmm.
Vegas, you're
Yeah.
losing out on a golden opportunity here.
Food for thought.
Hmm.
Chinese food for thought.
Ah,
Get out of here with that fucking fortune cookie bullshit.
You know what you know what I chow mein?
nice. That was good. Okay, because you brought up the fortune cookie thing. It's a little bit of a nitpick for me, just because fortune cookies are not a Chinese thing. That is an American-made thing. We did that. We made fortune cookies and we made them Chinese. Like it's not a real thing.
Classic America.
I think we've talked about this before.
We definitely have. But like
Yeah.
that's kind of where I like if we're sticking on nitpicks for a minute, like it's one of those lines that just kind of rubs me the wrong way. Like it's not such a big deal, but when he kills Rain and he does that, I hate that fortune cookie bullshit. Like it's a good line, but it's coming from a true Chinese man who is running a gang, or at least high ranking within this gang. It's like, that fortune cookies aren't your thing. Like that's such an American thing.
Wait, pushback.
Yeah.
Maybe because of what you just said,
Mm-hmm.
how fortune cookies are an American thing. Maybe he's literally, and you just said that he is a Chinese descent working in a Chinese gang. Maybe there's some like true passion. Maybe he truly hates the fortune cookie shit.
That's fair, especially
You get
since
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, especially since he is killing an American man who just dropped that whole greed will imprison us all, and then like
there you go.
That's fair. That's fair.
Now I doubt it. I don't think that they went into that type of level of thought, but to make it better for you,
I'm okay with that. Like really viewing it as that kind of like the fortune cookies in general are just bullshit and like hate it. That's fair. Especially since again it's kind of that appropriating this isn't the rich white man appropriating Chinese culture and making it profit off of it. Like, yeah, that seems about right.
yeah.
So no, I'm okay with that.
Actually, Matt, you just kind of hit a point to Brian's previous head scratcher. Maybe there hasn't been like a Chinese themed hotel or casino because it would be a bunch of white investors, like, using that kind of a theme, and it's probably not like authentically owned and started up by Chinese people or Chinese Americans.
Well, in Ocean's 13,
Mhm.
the bank. I mean, it's
Al Pacino.
Al Pacino. It's an Italian man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like maybe it's just not that big of a deal, like in that sense of like I feel like it hasn't stopped white people in the past, but sorry,
I have a
I'm
kind of a
enjoying this chocolate
scene
over here.
moment
Yeah.
to go off of.
Kind
I
of a
just wrote
scene
down
moment.
dumpster fight.
Oh,
You guys remember that one?
oh yeah.
But the lead up to that, essentially when Carter and Lee are in the semi truck and they're tied up to the walls, and then they
Mhm.
discover that all of these statues have a bunch of money in them.
Yep.
Um, I love I love the moment when they get out and they beat up the guys like on the dock, and then Lee you know gives a lift to Carter to go up on top of the truck, and it doesn't come back down to like get Lee up there with him. And then this like really cool moment with like other guys come up, and he's the way that he uses this dumpster, like he beats the guy, opens the lid, and because you know that when you open up those dumpsters, they the lids go up and then they have to come back down.
Yep.
The timing of opening the lid and then throwing the guy into that side of the dumpster when the lid shuts, and then you just see his foot kind of sticking out there, and then it goes in, and then with the other guy being thrown in on the other side, and then he tries to peek back up as Lee walks away, then punches him. It's just like the way that they did that dumpster was just so perfectly well done.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like that moment.
Yeah. I
Carter.
yeah,
Carter!
watching Lee just try and jump and like it's so funny.
Yeah.
The amount of times that Carter has those lines too of like, I was waiting up there for you. Like he's just so matter of fact about things. It's like you left him. Like
Yeah, you straight up
you
left
were
him, dude.
you were totally in the wrong here, dude. Just admit it. It's fine. He survived this. But it's wild. So I know we're skirting around the possibility of Rush Hour 3 showing up at a certain point, but I liked how within the fight scenes, Rush Hour 1, it's pretty solid. They have their little training montage, and Carter gets some fighting tips, right? They have the massage parlor fight in this one where it's pretty solid. Carter's got some good punches. He's getting some good kicks and everything. They've got their little link up thing that they do. Like, although it's only been a few days, his fighting has improved.
Oh yeah, you go this way, I go this way. I forgot we didn't even mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good
Yeah.
But it's one of the reasons that I like that in the third movie, they give more context of like Carter has actually gotten some fighting training and stuff,
Yeah.
and they throw him into more fights. Where because like in this one, like that's a great example that they did a lot in the first movie, where Carter just sort of disappears or he abandons Lee somewhere, and he's just Jackie Chan's left to do the fight. It works for Carter's character because he's definitely the kind of guy that like if he can get out of something is gonna try to. But I like it when the two of them get those opportunities to fight together. It really solidifies that buddy cop, like the partnership between the two of them. So, but funny as hell watching Lee try and constantly fail at getting help from Carter. And then it leads to them running in through the rat shit. Like, look at that rat.
yeah.
Like, what? I don't know what it is. Jackie Chan always does kind of like a funny run when he's got to do like odd things. So he's got the bomb in his hand. He's going through the sewers. Like it just
Carter's run through the sewer is the funniest.
The high
Are you kidding
knees.
me?
like prancing through it.
He's like tiptoeing.
Yeah.
Ew, 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 ew.
Oh my gosh, when they both try to go out of like the manhole cover at the same time. And
Oh
then, like,
yes.
touch dicks, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like nope, only one at a time.
touch dicks. That's not exactly what happened, but yeah.
Well, what would you say happened then?
I mean, that's part of it.
Nope.
But the fact that he just like touched dicks, it's like a little more intense, maybe.
Sir, there was no camera down at that angle.
You can use your imagination.
What if you don't want to?
said you can.
Remember that time in Rush Hour when they touched tips?
When I think of Rush Hour 2.
When they were measuring chopsticks.
Oh, jeez.
Oh man. All right, I've got a scene we haven't talked about.
Okay.
Everybody was bamboo fighting.
Yeah.
Okay. This is one of the first ones.
This is
Yeah.
the first fight.
Hmm.
I didn't mind it.
It's hit or miss for me. I like it, and then there are certain things where I'm like, I don't know. This is where I feel like we got a little lazy. You've got
Basic.
a bamboo scaffolding, I think is a good word for this, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There's endless opportunity here. Endless opportunity, especially when you know the skills Jackie has.
Hmm.
And I'm just like, all right, cool intro. Jackie, like everyone else is kind of like, running and doing their thing. And Jackie's like, I'm just going to elevate myself into the air and speed up the climb here, which was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
You get the comedic Carter. Lee, I'm coming. He goes up like, I think he climbs up maybe like, 3 feet above the ground. Someone falls and he's like, oh, hell no, I'm taking stairs. Like, again, classic Carter, right? But then when it actually comes to the choreography of this, it just seems very bare minimal to me. A lot of work just being on flat planks. Not a lot. There's just not a lot going on here, and I'm like, man, I can't imagine if you guys had just taken a little bit more time on this particular scene, you could have really wowed the audience. And when you see a bamboo scaffolding like that, you would expect to be wowed. And I wasn't wowed. I don't know if any of you guys were. Go ahead, Nick.
I mean, like I said, it just felt pretty basic, like
Yeah.
a regular action movie kind of bit.
Yeah.
What I think would have been really cool is when when Lee is first on the bamboo that's snapped off.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Oh, bamboo is like one of the strongest natural wood."
Bamboo very sturdy
Yeah,
or strong,
exactly.
something like that. Yeah.
And I was like, okay, like he's saying that, like show me that, and like show me more of what that bamboo can do. Like something cool would be, is Lee is on the edge, he's hanging, this bamboo is bending. He could build up momentum by like going up and down and like going down up, and then he could essentially sling himself back up onto the main platform with the bamboo.
Okay.
And then maybe he could find a way to like break off or slice off a piece of bamboo and then use the bamboo as a fighting weapon, like as a stick, to like do more of his classic choreographed fighting. But just the him and Carter just kind of falling down, it was very anticlimactic. Like, show me what this bamboo can do if you're saying it's one of the strongest things that is out there.
I don't really have anything to like go against you guys. The fight is fine. I mean, I've got nothing but like more complaints for you. It's kind of dark, and they're all wearing black suits, so you're not actually seeing much of the fight as far as like quality and detail.
That's a good point.
You get your basic, you're fighting outside of people's apartments. You go in the windows, out the windows. He makes his little comment about sorry interrupting your dinner. Like it's very cliched. And there's a couple of good moments where you can see like he's balancing on the poles, like he's spread across something and he's trying to balance and doing all that stuff. He swings out a little bit, but it's very minimal. And
at one point he uses clothes to tie them up.
Yeah, and even that feels a little weak. Like the guy who
and
got
then
tied
they
up
throw
sells it.
comedy by having his tie stuck into it. I'm like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, it's lackluster.
It's yeah. It follows through all the way to the end where he gets up there and he's immediately taken out by Huli, and she gets the pole and she's ready to take him out again. And she's like, it's like, okay, Carter shows up. So she dips. Great. He starts calling for Carter, and it's like, warn him immediately. She's up there. She's there. Like, he's chatting with Carter, and he's like, come help me, help me. And then all of a sudden he's like, behind you. And it's like, you knew she was there from the beginning.
That's a great point. I didn't even think of that.
Like that's an issue. But even to knock Carter off, like, she's ready to full on like javelin throw that bamboo pole into Lee. But
Right.
Carter shows up and she's like, sticks it through his legs and just kind of tips him over. Like, it's lackluster is a great word for it. And she's a cold-blooded killer. It should have been like she comes up behind him and just drop kicks him in the ass and sends him flying, you know?
Yeah.
It's the same effect, but it's much more her. So,
Yeah.
for this to be the first fight, while it's kind of cool of climbing up the bamboo scaffolding and everything, like, it's not terrible, but this is where like this was when I started to kind of realize, like, oh, this movie's just not as really great as I remember it to be. Like, it's, again, there's nothing wrong with this fight scene, but it could have been so much better, especially what we've already seen Jackie accomplish.
How, when you have that much bamboo and scaffolding to work with, how I never got to see Jackie do some type of like jump to where he is now hanging upside down or something along those lines is just beyond me. I'm like, it's right there. How is this not a thing to where he's like punching someone, he jumps up, he hangs upside down, he like throws someone the other way. I mean, we know his stunt work and what he's capable of. I mean, hell, even in this movie, he finds himself throwing himself through a hole like this big,
Yeah.
which I still don't know how he does that. I really have no clue. But the fact that it is just nothing, it's like what you were saying, in and out of apartments and basically throwing people off of and out of his way. And if you actually watch the scene, it's minimal punch work.
Yeah.
It's really, I don't know. It takes a lot of, it's like you get on this high, like we were talking about in the intro, where you're like, yeah, I'm with Tucker and Lee. Let's do it. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait, my balloon is already deflating almost immediately right after the bamboo scene. And I think that's like it's a big difference between Rush Hour and Rush Hour 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They could have done like a pole vaulting kind of thing with the bamboo.
That too.
You know,
there's a lot of things that could have been done. Like that was a massive scout. There's, I feel options were endless.
Yeah. I
mean, can you picture Jackie going Plinko style?
Well, and you see one guy fall and he kind of does it. Yeah. But I like you're kind of saying of it, I would have loved to have seen him swinging on these poles. Like,
yes.
I mean, somebody goes to hit him, and what does he do? He falls down, he hooks his legs, does like a little flip, so now he's below, runs into another guy, starts fighting, punching him, swings around, starts climbing back up. Like, I realize, like, this ideally, I'm just saying these things of like, yeah, he could totally do it because he's Jackie Chan. But
I mean, that's what he's trained us to do, though.
True. So
is there a limit though? Is there a limit on what?
I mean, possibly, but still, like I would have liked to have seen more going outside the scaffolding versus just climbing up the scaffolding. Like he's fighting inside of it, which makes sense, and he's doing a balancing thing, and it's where he can be the most stable. But like swing around the outside of it, get behind somebody that way, kick them through. I want to see these strong bamboo
little
poles.
Batman moves.
Yeah, give me something. So lackluster is just a great word for it. It's just
Jackman.
So let's talk about the amount of fight scenes that's in this movie. That's the first one. The next one we have is at the massage parlor. There's a small fight scene on the yacht. And then what?
I mean, minimal.
It's small. It's Jackie fighting outside, and it's not in. What's weird?
What is it? It's two guys, right?
There's like 4 of them, I think. But what's weird for me is, where does Carter go? Like, he's the last one to leave, and he's like, I'm just gonna be upstairs. Like he's gonna be in that room.
That part.
The one where we think I'm blanking on the bad guy's name.
Ricky
Tan, yeah, the one where we think where we see him get shot.
Right.
Yeah, like that's the next fight, and then what? I don't think there's another actual fight sequence, excluding.
Actually, question on that.
Yeah.
At one point, some guy is about to fall off the boat,
Mm-hmm.
and Lee stops him from falling.
Yes.
Mhm.
Why? That's your enemy. Like, I don't understand here.
Well, because it does lead to the other enemy. Then
I mean, he gets
like
a
leading
twofer.
up against him,
Well,
and then they,
and he does
yeah.
try to catch that guy too. So
Right. So why is he saving people from falling off that are trying to kick his ass?
I mean, he is a cop, so like I assume on some level it's him trying to like not just kill people.
yeah.
Okay.
Of course, these people aren't necessarily dying; they're falling off of a boat. But
So you're fighting for the good conscience of Detective Lee.
I would think like
All
it's his goal.
I'll buy.
Yes, he's being attacked, but it's not to kill anybody; it's to knock them out and leave them on the boat.
Okay.
Does Ricky Tan actually die?
At the end, when he gets
Oh,
kicked
yeah.
out of the when he
Yeah,
gets
he
kicked out of
dies.
the room.
Well, no. I mean, okay, because I was confused when he was shot on the boat.
Yes,
Right,
the
but-
implication was that he was shot and falls off the boat.
Yeah.
He
And
dies.
then we think that he dies, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
But yes, that is not his true death, as we see later.
Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
All right.
So-
Proceed with your fight counts.
well,
Sorry.
so we're up to I think 3 at this point, and I am excluding the one where it's Jackie versus Don Cheadle.
Okay. Fair enough.
What's the next fight? I think it's at the casino. Oh no, it technically would probably be the dumpster fight, which again very small,
Mm-hmm.
quick little
There
fight.
was another one. I remember Lee opens up a bunch of cabinet doors. He's like pop, 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 pop. and
That's
then
during the
pushes-
casino.
Was that during the casino?
That's right before he gets the bomb put in his mouth and he slips through.
that's when he was snooping around.
Yeah,
Snoopy.
Yeah.
Snoopy. So like there's a bunch of like I would say smaller fights. Like in that
Right.
one, it's him running and he's not.
But that
really-
that wasn't a fight. That was an escape.
there's
There's
an
a big
escape.
difference.
And then he's got the bomb in his mouth, and I wouldn't even consider that a fight afterwards. He's running around like there's the bit of confrontation. It's Huli and Isabella that are fighting. And
Right.
he's just kind of like surviving.
At one point, he kisses Huli to prevent her from blowing him up,
Yeah.
which
Which
is
I thought was very clever.
yeah.
That was super clever.
but he's on the defense.
Yeah.
There's no
Oh, for sure.
fighting going on.
He's not fighting at all during this
Yeah.
scene. Like so there's in my opinion, the only real fight scene in this movie is the massage parlor. It's the second fight and it happens so quickly.
I'd agree with you.
Like there's not a lot of fight scenes in here. There's small fight sequences, but none of them involve Carter.
Yeah. And this is where I say I just felt it was on cruise control the entire time. Just 90 minutes of, we'll give you some jokes, we'll give you some Carter, some classic Carter.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a little bit of Jackie Chan stunts, but nothing to full potential.
And this is why, like, again, there's nothing wrong with this script. It's just designed to where it's like, okay, we start at this, we go to the next, we go to the next, we go to the next, which is fine, but it doesn't create tension. It doesn't create like, so you guys were talking about how like, oh, Isabella, I don't know if she's a good guy. I don't know if she's a bad guy. I don't know if she's a good guy. I don't know if she's a bad, like, at no point did I ever really get the vibe that she's an actual bad guy.
Oh, interesting.
I always like the way everything was kind of portrayed was like she's an annoyed federal agent that's dealing with these guys that keep getting in her investigation until it finally gets to the point where she's like, okay, I got to work with you guys.
I didn't believe her tiny little badge on her spaghetti strap shirt.
It seemed.
Remember when she like reveals her badge right there? It was very tiny. I was like, is that real?
It's specially designed for when she's, stuck in lingerie.
I remember.
In casual clothes, yeah.
Mm.
I need another look.
Let me see that again.
Yeah, let me see that again.
Carter, this is your city, right? Yeah, this is my titty. I mean, this is my city.
It's city.
I never really got the vibe that she was a true bad guy.
What was up with her opening her robe at that point?
That was just to like get them off their game because she's
okay. That's
she's
what I thought.
Just to do it to manipulate them and get them all.
She does it casually. I'll give her that.
Yeah.
It's called the male gaze.
Yeah.
Because what I mean, like when you look at what's happening there, it's like she's stroking their ego. I'm like, Carter, you know this city. This is your like. Can you find blah blah blah?
Right.
And Lee, you know blah blah blah. Can you get me blah blah? Like it's just to make them do what she wants them to do, and just pure manipulation. But you mad about it?
No.
No. But yeah, like there's the big thing for me when this script versus the first one is it doesn't have a lot of build. The first script, there's a lot of detail. There's a lot going on in that script that like it takes full advantage of that 90 minutes to when you do get a fight scene. It's a really good fight scene.
Fantastic stunt work. Yeah.
And but it's warranted and it's worthwhile. Yes. It takes up the time that it deserves.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, just kind of add on to more of that. Do you guys think that the entire movie should have stayed in China? Because they go to LA halfway through.
No. No. With the way that the plot is, follow the rich white man. It works out perfectly that it was LA to Vegas. That one that works out really well for me logically.
It doesn't bother me so much, but it also feels unnecessary to go to LA just to go to Vegas. It felt like that's something where if they had kept it in China like a little longer, like spend one more day in China to kind of get some information of digging in with the triad, give us more of that, and then send us to Vegas, I'd be okay with that. Because the whole point of going to LA is to just be like, all right, Carter's got a connection. He's got the information, and now we're off to Vegas. Like, it's fun. It's nice. It puts Carter in a moment where he gets to be Carter again, but he's Carter anywhere he goes. It's ultimately unnecessary. It could have been done. He could have been done in China.
Yeah, I only ask because this might also help with the solution of if like 2/3 of the movie was in China, then maybe we could have gotten more fight scenes in China. Like maybe like we have the massage parlor, but then we get one in a Chinese restaurant. We get one in like a Chinese karaoke bar, or like just kind of more areas to have more bigger fights. And then just kind of go straight to Vegas from there.
I
would
would
get
make
the intel that they need, maybe like during their travel from China to Vegas.
I would make the argument that we don't necessarily need more fights. We needed a better quality fight. So get rid of the fighting Kenny, get rid of the dumpster, get rid of the kicking in the face constantly before they get kidnapped and taken to Vegas. Like, get rid of all of those things. Write one really good scene where they get the information that they need to go to Vegas, and put one good fight scene there of the quality of the massage parlor. That helps. And then make the Vegas fight better. Don't just put a bomb in Lee's face and make him go on the defense. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah.
So I like that they do go back to LA though. I like it because you're putting them in Carter's home turf. This is where Carter can thrive now. This is where he knows like this is my home. I know the people, I know the streets, I know everything. It gets us into the Crenshaw. He immediately knows where to go in order to figure out where this rich white boy is going to be at, because that's really what it is. We need to find we need to find Mr. Monopoly is who we need to find, right? And he goes to his contacts, and then all of a sudden, boom, they find out. And they don't even know that. That's the thing. If you think about it, they don't even know that they need to be in Vegas. They are brought to Vegas because they were kidnapped. Vegas was a
A mishap.
not even a mishap. It was a variable that they didn't even know was in the mix. Carter thought that he was on the hot trail being in Los Angeles.
Mm.
Turns out he was just 5 hours away from the actual where the real action was going to be. So if it wasn't for LA, I think
LA.
eventually they miss Vegas entirely.
Well, but that's what I'm saying is like if they had kind of rewritten it to where if they stayed in China, they could still, because it still involves the triad, so
Of course.
they could still find that information. But I agree with you because when they go to LA and they're following the rich white man, they go to Kenny and his Chinese food place and get information. What's the big clue that they get? This cat Zing who works at Rain Plaza.
Right.
Okay, we're still following the rich white man. Now we go to his place a bit like, but I'd again, that just gives them a name to look for, and it leads to me that it's too easy kind of a situation where
Just a messenger.
but it's like, okay, they get the job from Isabella. You got to find this. You got to find this cash. You got to find the blah blah blah. Like, I need you to do this. They go to one stop. They get all of the answers they possibly need. It's like, okay, he gave you the fake money. Where does he work? He's at this place, Rain Plaza. Great. We know we're gonna continue following Rain because he's the guy that we're looking for. They get there, like, hey, we're looking for this guy. They chase him to the back room, and guess who's there, loading up, heading to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, it all just kind of falls into place a little too easily. And it's like, do some police work where you actually have to try, like, instead of just stumbling into the thing. Even getting to Vegas, the only reason that happens is because Isabella's like, somebody wants to talk to him. It's like, well, who wants to talk to him?
Right.
Like, it's just like,
Yeah, a lot of things falling into their laps almost.
go ahead, Brian.
I did have a like kind of circling around this. We keep saying Isabella and everything, but is anyone else thrown off as much as I am at the representation that they are? And that is the Secret Service. Doesn't this all scream? And I even realized I messed up in my post today. I wrote CIA. Because to me, this seems more of like a CIA operation. Secret Service is White House government basically at the sideline of the president. This seems a little out of scope for Secret Service to me.
I think that's just a misinterpretation of what the Secret Service does.
Okay.
Because ultimately what this is it's about currency. Like it's about because
it all starts with the bombing of the U.S. embassy. So I'm wondering, is that why the Secret Service is involved?
Well, the people that die that presumably got that package were Secret Service agents.
Agents, yeah.
So like when
It all screams CIA to me. I'm sorry.
when I think CIA, like that's more like that's an intelligence agency, so it's spies. Those are people that are going infiltrating other countries to get information.
Right.
Secret Service, what these guys are doing is trying to like protect national security. And this is like it's a currency issue. There's
Wouldn't that be Homeland Security?
maybe it's
I watch too many shows.
there's so many government agencies and kind of like whittling down like what their actual stuff is. Like
Right.
I'm CIA versus FBI. Like what's the real difference
I
of
know.
what they focus in on and what they do? Like
Yeah.
FBI seems to be more localized criminals, whereas CIA seems to be more international criminals.
But then again, then you get into Homeland and then you're like, well, what does that entail?
The homeland.
Well, like Homeland Security, I would think is more like infiltration from other countries within ours. So rather than spending more time outside of the country fighting, like hunting down people, it's hunting them down within the country. Secret Service is
Secret Service
I don't
just
know.
really was. It wasn't, to me. It wasn't sounding correct. But I'm not an expert at the Secret Service, so when I think of Secret Service, I think of strictly we're in the
government
White House
officials.
perimeters. Like that's it. Or wherever the president is, that's where our Secret Service is. Now, again, I'm no expert. I don't know how it works, and I could be very, very far off. Go ahead, Nick.
I've always thought Secret Service was just government officials.
Mm-hmm.
But Isabella did also say that she was undercover.
Right.
So, who is she undercover for? That's
Yeah.
like, was she undercover?
Well, no, undercover because she was. Remember, she is posing as part of the
triad.
Ricky Tan triad crew, right? Even because what's her name? Hugh
Lee.
Crazy ass bitch doesn't even trust her, and rightfully so. So that she's in that area, and that's what she means. She's posing undercover.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, is she undercover for someone, or just in general undercover?
Yeah. So she's Secret Service, posing undercover as part of the Ricky Tan
triad.
Triad. Yeah.
So I did a quick Google search of like the responsibilities of the Secret Service. Well, yes, one of the focuses is to protect like government officials, president, vice president, that kind of thing. They do have a focus on financial crimes, and they do investigate counterfeit currency. So this would be specifically Secret Service in the sense of they're dealing with counterfeit money and they're trying. Right. So it doesn't say whether
it's kind of like helping out the IRS at that point.
I guess, but that feels like a different type of thing. So what the AI overview on Google says for the United States Secret Service has a twofold mission: protecting the president, vice president, other key figures, and investigating crimes against the U.S. financial system.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. So it seems like this is exactly what the Secret Service would be doing when it comes to, like I said, with counterfeit currency. So it's just a misunderstanding of what the Secret Service does.
No, absolutely. That definitely checks out.
But I agree with you.
Yeah, I had no idea that they did money stuff.
Yeah, I always thought IRS was involved with all the financials, but maybe Secret Service is more of like the field work.
I was like, I think IRS, like, it's more your accountants and things of like they're
Right,
making
exactly.
sure everything is.
Yeah. I work undercover for the IRS. Look at my gun. Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah. Whips out a calculator.
We're all being audited now.
Whips
Thank
out
you.
the smart calculator. the T9 or whatever. T180 was it?
Texas
Sir,
Instrument.
you wrote boobs.
Yeah.
Correction. I wrote
You owe
boobies.
20% this year. Pa! Shoots him in the head.
Oh,
No
man.
back
Okay.
taxes for you.
All right. No, I feel better about the Secret Service then. Thank you, Matt.
No. I do. I'm with you though, where I think most people, when you hear Secret Service, you really, the focus is that like protection of the president.
Like the president.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I think White House down
Yeah.
Yeah.
easily.
Olympus has fallen.
Or Olympus has fallen. Either one. Oh, I had a head scratcher for you guys.
Okay.
I'm talking about the second explosion.
Okay.
Where to believe Carter isn't going to hear this explosion?
Well, what was the second one?
It's the one in the police station.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
When Lee thinks that Carter has died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He just left the building.
Yeah.
I could believe he's far enough away. Like, I mean, it's
see, the editing makes it. I get it. They're like, okay, he's apparently on the move. He's looking for a heaven on earth parlor because he needs his passport. But I don't know, man. That explosion happened so quick. I just can't imagine that he just doesn't hear it.
my biggest complaint with it is you've got Lee, who is front and center to the explosion and has 0 injuries, yet you see all of the people behind him as he's being consoled and whatnot of like,
Yeah,
getting wrapped
I
up
let
with
that one
shrapnel and
slide.
everything.
I let that one slide.
That's my bigger nitpick of the thing. But
I agree though, especially as a person that's in the emergency field.
I did
I
appreciate.
completely agree. He was in close proximity.
But I appreciate him kind of like going with the ears of like yes, you'd be ringing for sure, man. You'd be having some issues right now, and at least he somewhat responds to it.
Dude,
but
he's like borderline primary blast ratio, definitely secondary blast ratio. He's catching things. You're not just walking away from that.
he got
There's
thrown
nothing
back.
to block him. There's nothing. He's in the middle of the hallway. There's 0 barriers, 0 anything, and I'm just gonna let that one go.
No,
As a paramedic, I am. You cannot kill Lee. I get it. But what I can't let go is that Carter doesn't hear the explosion, and he's barely out of the building before that thing explodes.
I got the impression that once Lee walks out of there to go into the office, that's when you would cut to Carter saying, "They got my passport down at that massage parlor." So he leaves. Like there's the whole conversation that happens where Lee is talking to the Secret Service guy. Like, in my opinion, there's a lot of opportunity for Carter to get out of that building, down the street, moving a few blocks, like far enough away that like he's not going to hear it. Not to mention those are some crowded streets.
Explosion is?
Yeah, but like those are crowded streets. There's tall buildings. Like there's a lot. If he is 3 blocks away from that, he's not hearing that explosion in one office. Those are some tall buildings, all of those shops and cars, and like, he's not hearing it.
It's a tough one. It's always been a tough one for me.
I'm more on your side, Brian.
Thank you.
I thought it was pretty quickly after he left that
Yeah.
it would be pretty normal to at least react to the sound.
Yeah.
Even if you
There was
don't know
no
that it
reaction,
was.
no anything.
Yeah, it's the no reaction for me
Yeah.
of an explosion. He doesn't necessarily have
He's
to
buying a
know
suit
that a
and
bomb
looking at
exploded
he's
at the
buying a
booth.
suit and looking at chicken ass. Like
He wasn't intending to look at chicken ass.
no, he wasn't intending.
I do
That's
like
barely
the
a suit. I'm
cheap
just gonna as a man who loves suits. Let's respect what a suit is, people.
Oh, the cheap suits scene. Yeah, cheap suits. Are these suits cheap? Cheap suits. Cheap suits.
how cheap.
Oh, man.
All right.
I'm
and-
just down to quotes. I don't really have much else.
yeah, I've got quotes. I have one more head scratcher for you guys.
All right. Scratch our heads.
Does Carter get to keep his winnings?
Ooh, I thought about that. I thought that he at some point that when he was going to go to cash in that he would be pulled away from Lee to like have to go do something else now or leave. And then Carter's like, no, but I gotta go cash this in. He's like, no, you're about to die, or whatever. And then
Right.
gets pulled away, and he doesn't get to cash in that 400,000 or whatever. But I don't think we really saw anything from that.
Well, he hits the guys.
I mean, he does
with all
throw
of
the
his
bag
chips,
of-
yeah.
Yeah, he throws it at one of the guys. Which, my God, why would you ever do that?
I don't.
Use $400,000 as a weapon.
Yeah. You know what? In rush hour, someone used a briefcase.
I mean, that's better than a bag.
Keeping the theme, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I've wondered if he gets to keep it because even towards the end, we see that he has money and he gives Lee some money and he's like, "Don't worry, I there's plenty of that where it came from." And I'm like, does that mean you cashed out? Like I feel like he still keeps his money. It was legit wins. He was rolling hot on craps. He wasn't breaking any rules.
Well, doesn't he give like a wad of money at the end? Lee?
To Lee.
Yeah, is that part
he
of those?
said he won it at Caesars and he's still hot.
Mm.
I get the impression because likely you find out that the casino has been counterfeiting its bills and stuff. Like I assume you start kind of questioning the legitimacy of their chips. I don't know what happens there. So
Right.
in theory, I'm guessing he doesn't get to keep those winnings, or he doesn't get to cash them out and keep those winnings. However, he kept however much of the fake money that he had that, saved his life from the stabbing. And I would feel like he would probably go into the casinos spending that money and continuing to win because he's going to high stakes tables. So he's putting down big money. So he's winning big money. Right. But at that point, it's like, he's still hot. That means that he's making real dollars. So when he shows that wad of cash, I assume it's no longer the fake $100 bills. That's real money that he's won. And we don't know how much he's actually gotten at that point.
And here's my other question. We already talked about the scene where they're in the truck and they find that there's money stashed in the statues.
Mm-hmm.
That's the money that he takes.
Yes.
I never
for
thought
evidence. Remember?
I never thought that was the fake money. I thought that was the legit money.
Because why would you hide it?
I always thought it was the fake money, is the counterfeits, because you had to get that
I thought they put the fake money in circulation and then they got the real money and they're bringing it to the casino to launder.
No, they had to get they've been making all of that fake money. And as people are bringing in the real money, they are handing them back all of the
they're
fake.
Exchanging.
So they're getting real. They're getting real cash and giving back fake cash.
You're right. You're right. Okay, that makes sense.
But why
And
hide it in
that's
those
the
statues?
laundering part. Yeah.
Because why hide it in those statues?
Well, how else are you? Okay, you've got to transition millions of dollars in fake
Of fake
money.
money.
Like, you're not going to go through some sort of like service to do that. You're not going to
Yeah.
be like, it's fake money anyway. Hide it in a statue and
Yeah, you're
destroy.
right.
Like,
So Carter is taking fake money. Damn. Well, now that makes that makes it even more complicated as to if he would get to keep the earnings, because why would you be able to keep earnings that you used fake money for gambling for?
that's the technically the only thing that he is doing wrong. Like you
Oh
said,
shit.
he
And that's,
is
oh my
he
God.
is
That's
winning the games, but he is betting with fake
Ricky's
money.
quote makes so much more sense now.
Yeah, when he says like,
Imagine
yeah,
imagine a business where people come in and give you money and get nothing in return. Meaning he's literally giving them, people think that they're
Monopoly
cashing out for
money.
winnings,
Yeah.
but they're cashing out counterfeit bills. Oh wow.
yeah.
Okay. Yep, you're right. That money was not fake. Or I'm sorry, that money was fake that Carter was taking.
That money was nonfiction.
Yeah. So,
Damn.
like I said, I get the impression that morning or whatever it was when he goes to Caesars and he's winning all of that money, he
Right.
paid in by using fake cash and cashed out getting real cash.
Yep.
So, yeah. I mean, like you said,
Interesting.
the only thing he's technically doing that's wrong is buying into a game with fake money.
Exactly. Yes.
The wins are technically real. He's not cheating by any means. He's rolling the dice.
No.
They're legit dice.
Yeah, it's not weighted dice or
Yeah.
yeah.
The irony really being when he was winning at the Red Dragon, he was paying them with their own money.
Yeah.
Like he's betting with their own money and technically would be winning that same money back.
Yeah.
So
That's
he's just
actually
having
very
fun.
true.
He's just having a good time.
Having a great time. Well, that's probably why he's so willing to throw those chips, is like they ultimately do mean nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he knows.
Well, do we want to do quotes and then the ending?
Sure. I think I've got 2 quotes.
I've got a few quotes. We got let's see, we said that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.
6 quotes that we haven't said. Wow.
Well, I think maybe 5. I think one of them we said.
Yeah, we've said a couple of the quotes that I wrote down, but I think I have like three left.
Yeah. I did sort of paraphrase these. I think I got them mostly right. So I was like typing as they were being said, or right after they were said.
Nick, you go first.
Let's see this first one. It's when Carter and Lee are at the Triad Club, the first one, and he's doing the karaoke.
Mm-hmm.
Carter is saying something in Cantonese, and Lee is translating to Carter what he just said to the whole crowd. And he goes, "What you said is pick up your samurai swords and shave your butt."
I said that?
Yeah. Yeah, that was funny.
That was when he was Carter Jackson.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, of the
I
club.
love when he walks backwards and he looks and he's like, "What I just say?"
Yeah. With the whole live audience in front of you. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm surprised he didn't whip
friend's
out the
very
little
drunk
book right
right
there.
now.
Should have whipped out the book on stage.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go another one? Or
Doesn't matter to me.
I'll go.
Oh.
I've got I'll bitch slap you back to Bangkok.
Yep, that's one of mine. Yeah. And then you get the follow up of
There it is.
I'll bitch slap you back to Africa.
Yeah. Like I said, everyone it's open season.
Yeah.
It's open season, and that's what I love about it.
I'll smack you back to the Ming Dynasty.
All right, what do you got, Matt?
So this was it's Jeremy Piven I've brought up multiple times tonight. When he's doing his getting Carter and Lee dressed, and he's looking at Carter and is like, let's put a dead animal on you. I'm thinking croc skin, buttercream, croc skin. How was the way like that? Just that whole bit kills me every time. And when he goes in for the waistline, it's like, let's see what let's go in. Hey, easy sweetness. Like, yeah. But the buttercream, croc skin, buttercream.
It's got to be improv, right?
You don't write that.
Like with the multiple buttercreams.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he's looking, he found it. Yeah.
You don't write that. That is Jeremy Piven on the day going like, I've got to dress this man. I've got to be a flouncy gay man, and goes for it.
He's like pointing out each different article of clothing, like a shirt, buttercream, jacket, buttercream, belt, buttercream. Like he's just pointing to the different things as he's saying it.
Yeah.
Buttercream,
I gotta say, Carter's outfit just that is a Las Vegas outfit.
When he puts him in the alligator, he puts him in the crocodile skin.
No, he doesn't need a fedora. No.
He looked good with the cowboy
croc
hat.
Skin fedora.
Too much.
No.
Too much.
No, it was perfect. It was I was like, man, that is a night out in Vegas outfit. Just perfect. Even Lee's outfit was great.
Oh, he did look good.
Yeah.
The perfect accessory for Carter was the cowboy hat. Was Texas cowboy hat.
I like that.
Right,
yeah, the cowboy hat would work.
Yeah. I think Brian, you said this one earlier, but I'll say it again because it was really funny. And Carter says to Lee, he goes, "What's wrong with you? You don't jump in front of a black man in a buffet line."
Yes.
So good.
That was so funny.
Yeah.
This is the Carter and Cheadle. I forgot his character. Kenny, right?
Kenny,
yeah.
Yeah, Carter and Kenny. He looks at Kenny and says, "You a black man with a Chinese restaurant on Crenshaw." Oh, that was perfect.
Yeah. I love in that scene how like the back room is just a bunch of gambling, but then the front of the restaurant's like one dining table.
Yeah.
Like that whole thing was supposed to be for dining.
Yep. Stop it.
Matt, do you have your last quote, or did you finish?
I've got one, but I think you guys are probably going to say it at a certain point, so I'm going to hold off.
I mean, I have one more.
If it's not this one, then I'm going to be surprised.
I have one that's a repeat from Rush Hour.
I'm pretty sure we're all thinking the same one.
Oh, mine's different.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of a multiple thing, but it's between Carter and Lee, and they're having the back and forth of, why the hell didn't you tell me I had a bomb or why the hell didn't you tell me you had a bomb in your mouth? I did. I said, What the hell is boom?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. You got to add the boom to the
Boom.
That
I
killed
say,
me.
Boom.
Boom. Yeah, you guys both take it away.
Go ahead, Brian.
Say it at the same time.
You want to do a 3, 2, 1?
Sure.
3, 2, 1. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
That is not the line.
That's what I was thinking of, Brian. Matt, where were you?
I can't believe I flew 10,000 miles for this shit.
Oh, yeah.
That one too.
Yeah. They both say it, actually. Yeah.
You understand? Nobody understand the words coming out of your mouth.
I love Carter's response. Don't nobody understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
I like the kind of
Holy
callback
shit.
later in Lee's
Who
office.
died, Lee? You.
Oh,
Detective, you?
you who? You Lee?
You who?
You who?
No, you.
Me? Me? No, you. You. Detective, you. You who?
Literally third. Who's on third? What's on second? Oh man. Dad, Lee.
That is like such a classic like Asian joke, and I love it. It's so good.
You, detective, you? No, you.
Yeah.
Also, Carter, when did you ever meet a detective you?
Yeah. You who?
Yahoo!
You who?
Oh man. All right. Ending?
Sure.
All right. We talked about the bomb in the mouth and all that stuff.
Ricky Tan talking
you
shit.
know, what?
Ricky Tan talking shit.
Yeah, him talking shit, him getting kicked out a window.
It's pretty fucked up when he's like, "Do you want to hear how your father died?" And it's like, "Oh, you mother."
I loved the transition of Carter. Hold on, Lee. You don't want to do that, Lee. Nah, he done crossed too far. Shoot his ass.
Yeah. Too far. Too far.
And then yeah, him getting kicked out of the window. I didn't mean to. Yeah, falling on the taxi, blah, 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 blah. And then I guess the airport. But I mean, really not much to talk about there. You know, Detective Lee gets his kiss. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
He always want to go to Square Madison.
Square Madison.
Square.
Every garden, I'm nervous.
There was a part during the fight with Carter and the chick. What was her name? Huli. When he has the chair and then she stabs like through the chair with the sword,
Mm-hmm.
and then it barely gets him, or sorry, it just misses him, and then they both do this thing where like he flips the chair down and then she does the splits, and then he flips the chair back up and then she stands back up. I thought that was a really cool shot.
It was really good, yeah.
Super cool choreography. The two of them there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that the stack of Benjis is what saves them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Thank you, Benjamin. I'm always a fan of when crazy ass bitch comes back from the dead holding the bomb, which Matt, you already alluded. We have no idea where this came from, like at all. Just did she like just make it up on the or build it on the floor? I don't know. But Carter's reaction, you one crazy ass. He's jumping out the window. It's like, who's crazier at this point? It's just it's like Tucker's voice and how he just landed that line it's too good.
Dude, every time the little button, like the button thing, kept getting kicked by random patrons.
Yeah.
I was like Lee would see it and then be almost there, and then someone would kick it. And I'm like, oh, come on. And then he would see it again, it get kicked. So I'm like, oh, come on, man. It's just like
tough.
Feels so bad.
I always like when they after they jump out of the window and they're sliding and everything and they end up falling in the road. Like you've got the big rig, and you see Lee just kick Carter so that he ends up on the edge, which is always funny. He's just
yeah,
rolling around.
Oh my God.
yeah, and then he's running on the
Like
side
he's
of
freaking
it.
the difference
Spider-Man.
between
Spinning.
Jackie and Tucker is
Yeah.
it's right there. Jackie's just like running across, and Tucker it's like okay.
You want to talk about slapstick comedy? That's it for you. I do like the jackets though. Like
Yeah.
to use as like a zip line
Yeah.
when they left the building. I thought that was really clever.
Nah. But then they end up in the middle of the street, and you've got the rigs that keep going over, and just like like that shot of them just laying down on the street. As
That's like
truck goes over.
cliche. That's super cliche.
3 is when they land on the fountain, right?
Yes, they're
Okay.
because they jump off of the Eiffel Tower.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, did they go to Paris in the third one?
Yes, they do.
I thought they were going to New York.
The third one does not follow like an immediate timeline. It takes place like years later.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's right. It's the I remember they jumped off. I was like, when did they go into a fountain?
Yeah, because there's actually they make reference to Isabella in the third one. I'm not going to tell you the quote because it's another one of the great bloopers that you'll see at the end of that movie.
so well, I kind of wish that they had alluded to Paris then instead of New York, because I mean, yeah, it would just make sense to make it follow.
I don't think they were thinking that way.
Yeah.
And like I said,
I would rather have Paris than New York.
Well, because what? It goes from 2001 to I think 2007. So there's a long gap between movies, whereas what the first one is 99 to 2001.
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier to do this is what happened immediately after kind of a story.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. Any final thoughts?
I
No?
mean, no, we said it all.
We said it all.
I think we did. Yeah.
Ultimate, it was on cruise control. I think we did a great job of like picking out why we felt it was on cruise control.
Yeah.
And you know, we're not saying that it's a horrible movie. Right? We're just saying that this is the big difference between Rush Hour and Rush Hour 2. And you know, we're probably not alone when we say it's a slight letdown, but it doesn't take you out of the movie. It doesn't ruin it or anything like that.
Yeah.
Solid sequel.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'll start us off. I don't know who wins. I really don't.
I'll start us off.
Sure, go for it.
I'm gonna say Zia Zhang,
Okay.
Huli. Like I said, we've talked about her a lot throughout this chat, and with the exception of Rosalind Sanchez's incredible body that we acknowledge in this movie, to me when I think of this movie, I do think about Huli and all of the scenes that she shows up in. To me, she is the villain. It's not Ricky Tan. He dies quickly. He shows up at the end, but he is not the bad guy. She is, and she's phenomenal. While Jackie and Tucker do their thing and they bring back the characters we know and love, and it's fantastic. It's a sequel. They're doing what they do. She's a new addition, and in my opinion, she runs away with it. Although she's the bad guy, she's the one that we think about. She's the crazy ass bitch. She's the one. And she's fantastic for it. Like I said, she does a great job. So in my opinion, she wins. Go ahead, Brian.
I think I'm just gonna give it to the women on this one. My honorable mention is gonna be Rosalind. She plays it's a difficult role where you're technically on Secret Service, but your goal of the movie is to not reveal whose side you're on until the very end. And I know, Matt, you thought differently, but on first watch, she can be it can be very trickery as to which one she's on, especially when she knocks out Lee
Mm-hmm.
and then she's standing right by Ricky Tan on after he's come back from the dead. You start to have a lot of questions real
Mm-hmm.
quickly. Um, so yeah, I got to give her the honorable mention. I think she played a great job, and it's not easy looking that good. So also respect to her for that one as well. But I'm inclined to agree with you. The winner of this movie is definitely uh Huli.
Hooli.
The act
That's
is her character.
is a character.
She says very minimal, but she says a lot
Mm-hmm.
um through her actions, and I think she outperformed both Tucker and Jackie on this one. I really do.
She's the first character we actually see.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, hate to be that guy. Um, I think Chris Tucker nails his role in this movie. There's just so many great scenes with him. Like two of my memories were scenes of him.
That's true.
Yeah, he's just he brings the comedic energy. He brings the enthusiasm. I think he does great. And with Jackie Chan, yeah, the lack of good fights and good stunts, or just the number of them, um, kind of brings it down to make Chris Tucker be the better choice. But I think Chris Tucker still nails it, so he wins it for me.
All right.
All right.
Fair enough. You misogynist.
I'm a misogynist.
I'm also gonna give like a outside of the movie win to the bloopers.
Oh, for sure. The
It's the first time we've ever done that, but I don't even know how to call what to call that.
The blooper, the not movie wins the movie.
The credit win.
the bloopers are definitely some of the best parts of these movies, no doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, they were my memories. So.
Yeah.
Well, it's like you can tell that they have fun making these.
Oh yeah.
So it's yeah.
Well, all right. I think that officially wraps up Rush Hour 2. We nailed it. Thank you, guys. Next week's pick, that's going to be you, Nick. Do you have a movie for us?
I do, yes. I can't remember if we have done it before. So I have a backup one if we have. But
Is it an Arnold movie? I saw he was back on streaming. I'm like, it's just a matter of time.
1987 Predator.
Ooh, I don't think we have done Predator yet.
No? Okay, cool.
Oh, get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper.
All right. No, okay. Yeah. What's is it streaming? Is it Hulu?
It's on Hulu.
I had a feeling. Okay.
Yeah, it's on Hulu.
Nice. Okay. Well, that's a wrap on Rush Hour 2. Tune in next week here on YouTube at GoodFlickas to hear us chat about Predator. It's Predator, right?
It's Predator, yeah.
Predator. Yeah. Streaming on Hulu. Because there's a sequel that's Predators, isn't it?
No, it's Predator 2.
But there is a sequel that is Predators.
Predators is like a new one. It's like in the 2000s.
Got it. Okay.
I know. You're
just making sure it exists. But yeah, okay.
I know.
Well, like I said, check us out here on YouTube. Hit that bell, hit that subscribe button, share us with your friends, and tune in next week to hear us chat about Predator streaming on Hulu. You can also give us a follow on Instagram at good.flickas. Again, give us a like, give us a share, and tell us how we're doing. You can always send us an email at goodflickas2020@gmail.com. We'd love that fan mail, love that advice. Let us know how we're doing, how we can improve, and we will certainly do the best to our abilities to make that happen. Other than that, we're going to keep showing up, doing the best that we can, and chatting about movies because we love it, and it's a lot of fun for us. So if you enjoy watching us have fun, and you have fun, check us out. YouTube, GoodFlickas. Here we are. Other than that, I think it's just left for you, Brian. Go ahead and round us out, sir.
Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed our talk on Rush Hour 2. Maybe you agreed with us, maybe you disagreed with us. Either way is fine.
Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong.
Yeah. Just remember, we are the, who you love? You love the good flea. No, good flea.
Oh,
Good. What? Who do you love? You love the good flickas.
good flickas.
The
Good flickas.
good flickas.
The good flickas.
Go Phil.
And we love you guys. We'll see you next week.
Did my background voice capture?
It was good. It was good.
Love the assist.